4 a.m. Good morning. We are here on daylight savings time. I do have a work session agenda that's here before us. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, 20th Speaker of the 24th Naabik'íyáti Nation Council. Did call the meeting to order at 10:04 a.m. We do have a roll call that I can have Miss Bella here in the room, and I have Jalissa and Manuel, and I have Miss Chief of Staff, Ms. Shazi. And for the record, I do have honorable colleagues of the 24th Naabik'íyáti Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, Honorable Freeland here in the chambers, and I have Honorable Paul Begay. With that, Ms. Giavelli, you mind doing the roll call this morning? Get us started, and then we can go ahead and jump on into our work session. Cap.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati.
Yes, a Delegate Amber Kanaz-Bakrati is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon has answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present here in chamber. Honorable Cornell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Good morning. Thank you.
Honorable Cornell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Good morning. Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez has answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater has answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. has answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So has not answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is here.
Honorable Daniel So has answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So has not answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So has answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. has not answered roll call.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. has answered roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica has answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Hello?
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie has not answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has not answered roll call. Going back
Good
up.
morning. Okay.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
President Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay has answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown has answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. has answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio has not answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James has not answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So has not answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Where's this K.O.?
Honorable Eugene So has answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie has not answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning,
Honorable
Yellowhair's present. Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has answered roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 who have answered roll call and 6 who did not answer roll call.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for doing roll call. That, colleagues, we are.
Chairman Kell is online.
Good morning, Che. How are you doing? For the record, Honorable Keon Begay is here with us too as well. Honorable Keon Begay, while you're with us here, you mind doing an invocation for us, Che? Oh, actually, colleagues, we're just informed that Honorable Keon Begay did the blessing and did the prayer this morning earlier. So thank you very much, Che, for doing that at the Resource and Development Committee. Blessing the day for not only here, but for the whole entire nation. So thank you very much, Che, for doing that blessing this morning. With that, colleagues, since we did have an invocation earlier this morning, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. A 2-minute limit per delegate. Colleagues, is there any recognizing guests or visiting officials this morning?
Good morning, Chairman Stephen. This is Vice Chair Smith calling in just for the record. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, who's?
This is Delegate Begay Elmer.
Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti committees, and then also all the people that are on the line. I would do an introduction here. I have Sue Thomas and Michelle Holliday and John Thomas. They're all from with Aquila's Cuted Consultant. So they did the assessment for District 7 chapters. So they're here on the line, and they'll be on the agenda too. And today they had doing the National Tribal Broadband Grant presentation to Dalcon chapter here too. So they'll be on the line, and they'll do it on the agenda too to do a presentation, Speaker. So I'd just like to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, we go on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, I am on the line. I was trying to unmute myself when the attendance came, I think Bobby was doing the attendance. I wasn't quick enough and I wound up hanging up and had to get back on, so I apologize. I am on the line.
Okay, we got you. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Delegate James on the line as well. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Honorable James. That, colleagues, any other recognizing guests and visiting officials this morning?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Oh, morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Oh, the floor is yours.
Colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members, this morning, Arunana, thank you for the invocation this morning. I just want to say thank you, express my gratitude to 24th Navajo Nation Council, 23rd Navajo Nation Council as well, with the Shanto Hotel, with the permanent trust fund, the 5-year expenditure plan. Yesterday we did our groundbreaking at the Shanto at the site. So I just want to say thank you to Aruna Kodona Gaita. I just want to say thank you to Delegate Nathaniel Brown for coming to this groundbreaking yesterday. Kudo AIC here, kudo Shishan Ashni at IC kudo dam, again the destination for kudo Nagaidam. Arinda kudo Nagaida, we had people from the executive branch and Mr. President, Vice President. I just want to say thank you. Kudo Aro Ashkun Khas, Craigie kudo dam, or here the destination kudo dam. Mr. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we did recognize that throughout the day yesterday, Honorable Daniels. Congratulations to you and your community out there in Shanto for that. With that, colleagues, any other recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? If there are none, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 3, good morning to everyone. Everyone listening in, good morning. Yate Bene to our President, Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, all the staff members from the whole Navajo Nation, all 3 branches. Good morning. All our chapter officials, all our chapter administration out there, all our grazing land and farm board members that are listening into as well. Good morning to all our colleagues from the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. Good morning to everyone that's listening in across the 4 Sacred Mountains and outside too as well. Good morning to our active military members. I know we have a lot of you overseas that are listening in too as well. Thank you very much for what you're doing out there for us and protecting our freedom here so we can have meetings like this and have construction discussions in order for us to go ahead and have the betterment for our Navajo people. So with that, colleagues, today we are having a work session, and that work session continues on. This is day 3 of our work session regarding the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion, and thank you everyone for being a part of this and moving forward. The first item that we're going to be discussing today is our broadband infrastructure, and then we'll be moving on to our education presentations. We'll be listening to from the presentations from the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, then the Navajo Nation Telecommunication Commission, NTUA and Choice Wireless, Sacred Winds, and then also Frontier Communications. After that, we will move on forward and listen to a presentation that we do have from the Navajo Nation Department of Dene Education. In this presentation, colleagues, we'll be going one by one today. I'll be giving them they'll be giving their presentation, and then we'll go ahead and simultaneously give them the floor. We'll go back to our colleagues to if there's any questions or discussion items after each one of the presentations. Again, colleagues, just be aware that if we are still on presentations into this afternoon, some of these organizations like Sacred Winds or Frontier might not be on the line after 5 p.m. Other than that, colleagues, the time now is 10:22 a.m. and we'll go ahead and kick over the floor to Navajo Nation Cyber Team. Is the Cyber Team on the line? Did we get anything from the Cyber Team? We did? Oh, we did get a presentation from the Cyber Team. When was that sent out, Mr. Rico? At 10:03 a.m., colleagues. That was sent out by yourself, Mr. Rico? That was sent out by Mr. Rico. They have that going forward. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to the Navajo Nation Cyber Team. If you have any, I don't know who's the lead agent there, but go ahead and introduce yourselves. You do have the floor at this time, Kat.
Thank you again, and good morning, Speaker Damon, and also the honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Brent Nelson with the Navajo Nation Department of Education. So thank you again for allowing us to present to you regarding broadband infrastructure and some of the recommendations that the Navajo Nation Cyber Team has put together. And I think it's a great recommendations and some great findings that's coming from our internal team within the Navajo Nation. I think that's very an important note. I know that, we have donated a lot of our time, even though we have our daily professions and work duties in other areas, but we have identified a common need, which is broadband. And I think over the past year, throughout this pandemic, we've all gotten a great appreciation for broadband, and we have also gotten a lot of education regarding broadband. So I'm thankful for the cyber team and its members, which is consisting of various branches, or within the government, from a legislative, executive, judicial, for their time and their continued commitment. Then we also have great partnership that we've developed and contracted with Magellan Advisors, who has been providing a lot of information and regarding our broadband middle mile strategic planning proposal, and addressing not only middle mile but last mile. I think today's presentation that's going to be provided is going to open up a lot of eyes. I think it's going to open up a lot of opportunities also, I think, in moving forward. And I know that we're discussing about ARP fundings. I think there's other fundings that we will share with you also that might be of high interest. So I know that we have a time limit, and without further ado, I would like to go right into the presentations, and you're more than welcome to chime in at any time throughout this presentation as we present this middle mile strategic plan. So with that said, Mr. Joseph Carrilla from Magellan, are you online? And we can go ahead and start presenting. Okay. So Mr. Joseph Carrilla, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Can you all see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable Council members, Chief Justice, members of the executive team. We appreciate the opportunity to present this high-level plan. The objective here is really to inform the council for them to make as constructive and sound and complete decisions as possible in terms of ARP allocation and in terms of how decisions might be made. We offer this framework for you. Here is our agenda. You should all have a copy of this presentation. A brief discussion of the cyber team, our assumptions, our primary recommendations, a discussion of our middle mile network. We will learn from past missteps, most of which are easily corrected. We will talk about another funding source, the tribal broadband infrastructure timeline. That's the $1 billion that has been discussed, and we should not lose sight of. A preliminary funding request that the Navajo cyber team has put together and provided to Chris Pacenti in the NNTRC, who is on point for making a collective recommendation for discernment by the council, and a status of presentations completed to date. Thank you. Navajo Cyber Team, by way of background, is a collaborative effort by public and private technical subject matter experts to assist in priming the nation and coming up to speed and making good decisions around especially broadband, but technology in general. It's been open to public and private entities. It was formally established by a Navi resolution back in May of 2019. Magellan Advisors is an advisor and member of the cyber team. We're the only external party in putting this presentation together. We will highlight that the Navajo cyber team includes members of the judicial, executive, and legislative branches. There have been inputs from NTU, Diné College, from existing broadband providers, Infinity Communications, and Americas Communications, alongside Magellan Advisors. We started with our broadband planning assumptions. As has been revealed dramatically in COVID-19, broadband is an essential service for everyone in Navajo. This whole plan will require the collaboration and partnership with Navajo enterprise organizations, including NTUA, for assets and technical support. It will require collaborations and partnerships with the eligible telecommunications carriers, such as Sacred Wind, NTUA Wireless Choice, Frontier, Cellular One, and perhaps regional initiatives with Coconino County and Navajo County. There are additional broadband efforts happening in the area that may benefit the nation. And it will require the support of all Navajo Nation groups. We have presented to each of the 4 primary council committees, and we presented to Land Department. We will be looking for their support. We'll look for accelerated approvals of rights of way and permits, coordinating tower access through the vertical bridge agreement, coordinated conduit, fiber, and bandwidth with Arcadian Infracom. Here are our primary recommendations. I want to echo what Mr. Nelson said earlier. These cyber team recommendations are from internal Navajo cyber team. They're not dominated by the external entities, number 1. Number 2, the recommendation, Navajo Nation should own broadband assets wherever possible. That includes fiber, conduit, towers, spectrum, etc. That will allow the Navajo Nation to be the most self-determined and manage its own affairs wherever possible. By owning the assets in question, Land Department suggests to us, and we are pleased to hear, that would streamline approvals for rights of way and permits and reduce or perhaps even eliminate BIA involvement in securing approvals. We believe that where ownership couldn't happen, that the Navajo Nation should exert control over assets in return for enriching third parties. Navajo Nation has been very generous in offering monies for services, but we believe that there should be conditions imposed on usage, on ownership, on funding for any assets that will be developed using funds that were secured on the strength of the Navajo Nation's name. Those are federal and state funds. We are strongly recommending that the Navajo Nation develop its own middle mile network. We'll have a schematic of that in a second. That allows a network to be owned and managed to provide data transport to and from internet and operation centers, connecting to internet's points of presence, and for the nation, wherever possible, that should be underground fiber. We believe there should be improvements to organization, operations, and governance. We believe there should be created a broadband office. We are recommending that, reporting into the executive branch, whose focus would be all things broadband, managing construction, managing operations, separate and apart from the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, balancing operations and regulation. We believe that the cyber team, informally approved back in May 2019, should be formally approved as the Broadband Technology Advisory Group. Those members would provide counsel and advice on technical matters and strategic matters to the Office of President and Vice President, to the Council, to the Broadband Office just referenced, and to NNTRC. And we believe that the NNTRC should have its regulatory capabilities expanded to include oversight of broadband, where today they are focused primarily on telecommunications. We believe there are enhancements required. And we believe with this shared middle mile network that it offers the nation the opportunity to partner with last mile ETCs and service providers and generate revenue into the Navajo Nation. That would allow for competition and improved services. This schematic is simply illustrative. Magellan Advisors, working with all the members of the cyber team, has developed a proposed middle mile underground network that would suggest over 2,200 miles of buried underground fiber construction. That would connect all 110 chapters and provide internet access and transport for government, education, health, public safety, and government sites. We're suggesting an all-new build for reason we don't necessarily know where existing fiber is or have access to those GIS data. So we have proposed a new build, and that is estimated at well over $500 million to construct. There are opportunities for cost savings through usage agreements, exchange or use of assets with third parties. The final design may differ, but conceptually, we are recommending a Navajo-owned middle mile network. This is a delicate item, but we want to highlight that there are lessons to be learned from Navajo's generosity with third parties. We believe the Navajo Nation, wherever possible, should prefer to own or control any tangible assets related to broadband, fiber, conduit, spectrum, towers, or any other. By the way, we believe these are good practice recommendations for any capital projects. We believe that no capital funds to any external parties to develop or acquire tangible assets should be made unless and until there are prior agreements in place for ownership, usage, service pricing, and maintenance. Those need to be prior negotiated before you, as the nation, offer X million dollars to a third party. I want to be very clear, Magellan Advisors gets no and proposes no capital projects. We are purely a services organization. We believe that those commitments of capital funds with the appropriate negotiations should include Navajo Nation enterprises, eligible telecommunication carriers, or other entities. And we think that the Broadband office can coordinate with a single point of contact, a voice for the nation at Navajo leadership direction, to be a single point of contact and reduce and eliminate silo confusions outside the nation. We'll give 3 examples of asset ownership, usage, and service pricing agreements that arguably might have been better made prior to commitment of funding. We believe that in many cases, this has resulted in enrichment, perhaps undue enrichment, of third parties on the strength of the Navajo Nation being able to get monies from the federal government without necessarily negotiating offers of services back to the nation. Example number 1, some of you may remember back in 2010, Department of Commerce, under the American Recovery and Rescue Act, awarded $32 million to NTUA because Navajo Nation was not in a position to submit the grant application. The $32 million was funded. It constructed fiber throughout Arizona and the NTUA service area. There was a commitment for the use of 12 strands of fiber throughout the nation, but that commitment has never been finalized. Pricing and services have never been committed, and the original agreement expired in 2018 and is still informally followed, but we believe that those are assets that could reduce the cost of construction. If the nation can get the use of those 12 strands, admittedly a little later than we might have liked, it can reduce the cost of construction. Example 1. Example 2, the CARES project. I want to differentiate the American Rescue Plan Act from CARES. CARES was a very tight timeline, as you were all aware. I believe it was last April that the Navajo Nation was notified that over $700 million in CARES funding would be allocated, but it all had to be spent by December 31 of last year. And as you recall, it wasn't until October that allocations of funding occurred. And so there were some last-minute awards to eligible telecommunications carriers to give them money, and they constructed assets that the Navajo Nation did not negotiate prior usage of. So there's a second case where things have been arguably enriched. The American Rescue Plan, I want to emphasize, allows for the planning to 2024 to spend. You have time as a council to make a wise discernment decision. A third example, E-rate fiber. Everyone is very pleased, and it's quite an achievement for the Navajo Cyber Team and the NNTRC to have earned a $53 million grant from FCC's USAC for, I believe it's 90 sites that will be connected. But there needs to be an awareness that the assets will be owned by Sacred Wind, NTUA Wireless, and OSO. There is not necessarily additional fiber that's being placed. And because of the regulations of E-rate, the only groups that can use that fiber are schools, libraries, and Head Start programs. There should be clear understanding that the chapters generally cannot use that, and we believe that there should be additional fiber built alongside the E-rate funded fiber. We are very pleased that these conversations are happening, Speaker Damon and Council. The planning for federal allocations should happen early. We think discernment on planning should move with all deliberate speed, but it is not urgent, unlike CARES. With the spending deadline of December 24, you can take 30, 60, 90 days, even partially allocate whatever funds come. Make the right decisions. We want to avoid late decisions, obviously. And I want to suggest you'll note at the top that we reference not only ARP, but Section 905 funding. For those of you who remember, maybe Speaker Damon, you do, maybe Honorable Kealan Begay, you do, members of the Speaker's office, Section 905 is the billion-dollar tribal broadband grant for infrastructure. We should not lose sight of that, and we, at some point soon, will be asking for funding to plan to submit a grant application. ARP, while generous, doesn't mean we should leave $200 or $300 million on the table from the federal government for Section 905. Speaking of 905, here is the timeline. Everyone is aware of this, I hope. Tribal outreach occurred back in February. Section 905 grant guidance, the notice of funding opportunity, has not yet been finalized. When it is, 90 days after the NOFO is issued, it will be the application deadline. There can only be a single grant application from the nation. ETCs may be asking to participate. Other entities may be asking to participate. It's a significant planning effort for us to be prepared as Navajo Nation to submit that grant application. The way we read the grant, the legislation, by the way, the funding authority to Department of Commerce expires September 30th. We are eagerly waiting, as is Mr. Pacenti, to see what that final notice of funding opportunity looks like. Once an award occurs, there's 1 year to spend the money, and if construction is underway, there's a pro forma extension request that will have to happen. We should not lose sight of this tribal broadband infrastructure. The Navajo Cyber Team, as part of its due diligence, has put together a suggested set of projects. We estimated at $552 million. It includes a $100 million reserve for ETC proposals that NNTRC will be coordinating. We have shared these all with the Cyber Team and with their division directors. We believe it's a good basis for discussion and framing the financial allocations with NABI and the Council, with NNTRC, with OPVP. We believe this framework, this tool that we developed, supports the presentation process outlined, Speaker Damon, in your March 18th memorandum. We have shared this tool with the NNTRC, and Mr. Pacenti will follow us and make his recommendation on how broadband should be, funds should be allocated, and make the case for reserving funds here. These recommendations are obviously all ultimately for NABI consideration and discernment. NNTRC will follow this presentation. I want to take a quick review through some high-level items. What the Navajo Cyber Team did is we collected project requests from various divisions and departments within the nation. At a high level, just briefly running through each of these, Section 905 is what we talked about for that $1 billion grant application. We think Navajo Nation should ask for $200, $300, $400 million, and we need some working capital to prepare those grant applications. For operational considerations, this is for the Broadband Office, for the BTAG. There is a Broadband Act draft legislation that's under review by Department of Justice, Office of Legislative Services, and NNTRC. There may be solutions for distance learning that may or may not require shared use of a 2.5 gigahertz with spectrum. There is community development to upgrade chapters, completing rural addressing, which we know is a priority to enable public safety. Public safety itself, using as a primary source one of the channels of the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. There are other projects underneath this. Transportation, we're looking at smart highways to provide fiber, conduit, and public and transportation safety technologies. Originally proposed by the state of Arizona. We have actually spoken with the Federal Department of Transportation. They are big supporters of this initiative as well. Orlando Teller, who is now with DOT, was on that presentation along with our DOT partners. You all may be aware of the $3.2 billion subsidy for emergency broadband benefits. That's a project to just help in messaging. We're looking at E-rate overbuild, as I mentioned earlier. We're looking at planning for information technology upgrades to support this middle mile network. We're looking at some GIS planning. We would look for the council's support in getting maps from NTUA, from the ETCs, so we can do additional planning. supported by and with the NNTRC. We're looking at middle mile and lateral development, a $100 million placeholder that we just put in for NNTRC's ETC presentations, and a reserve of $3 million. Finally, we have been running the Navajo gauntlet, if you will. Starting in February, we have presented a broader presentation of this and less focused to each of the 4 committees, to the Chief Justice, to the Speaker, at the direction of Mr. Vicente, to many of the division managers, including the Federal Department of Transportation. We presented the Board of Education. We presented last week to NNTRC. We presented to the Land Department, who seems to be a big supporter of these initiatives, and earlier this week to Senator Sosi and Vice President Leiser. We strongly encourage the council to take these guidances almost as a framework for decision making. This is a discernment process. This is an economic allocation process for the council in deciding what the best allocation of ARP funds and those additional broadband funds should be for the nation. Brent, I think that concludes my comments. I'd like to turn it back to you and ask for questions.
Thank you again, Mr. Carrilla, and then also the Magellan team and your advising and your expertise and sharing and helping us framework our discoveries. And I think that's been a very important initiative with the cyber team, as we do, throughout the whole year, previous, even before the pandemic, this work was commencing, and a lot of discoveries and a lot of opportunities have come forth. And that's really what it is. I think, honorable delegates, is this is an opportunity for the nation to really address and put some infrastructure in that's going to be a win-win situation, not only for the government, but for our people. I know for the education sector, we still have students that are still being challenged in terms of getting connected. The repercussions of that, of course, is we got absentee issues. We got students that are falling off the grid because we're schools are not able to find where our students are at or how long they're logged in, and who's logged in, so to speak. And we'll hear a little bit more on that when the education department comes on board to discuss a little bit more on how to address these type of concerns. Public safety and all these different sectors, they've all been addressed and all been put into this plan. So we appreciate this time, and we do appreciate providing this information to our lawmakers. And I'm hoping, in a deeper discussion, we'll be able to provide more details and more work sessions regarding what Joe had mentioned in terms of putting in a broadband office within the nation. And I think having that would be very beneficial. And we're only covered two grant opportunities. We talked about the 905 and then also the ARP funding. But as you hear on the news and when you get those news feeds, I always say it's snowing with funding in terms of broadband telecommunications. And I think this is an opportunity for the nation to really pursue those assets and really build some infrastructure using those grants and those opportunities. So with the overbills, I think that's a great initiative to serve the Navajo Nation and really to help our communities again and getting our students online. I know there's a lot of last mile initiatives and proposals which are all great. It's a help to a lot of our communities, and we appreciate this time again, and we're open for any questions, Speaker Damon, and then also the honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we go to the floor on the Navajo Nation Cyber Team's presentation. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Good morning, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Speaker, come on to Q2. This delegate again.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate, Brent, your report. with the Magellan advisors. I think in terms of how we move forward, Speaker, my concern is the Navajo Nation mother government. We just had a conversation yesterday at Budget and Finance regarding our revenue projections. I understand that this is an injection of federal dollars, but that will phase out. If the suggestion is to have a government connected to the mother government, a broadband office, how can we develop an office that doesn't have the same challenges as our other offices when it comes to getting and making sure we have competitive salaries, making sure they have a space and well connected, making sure they're dynamic and nimble enough to meet the needs of broadband and its, in terms of modern technology. I think that's my concern right now, just in terms of the proposal. If we could give what's the benefits of Navajo Nation then owning this capital, these capital, because that also comes with the cost of operating and maintenance, and why wouldn't we look to, I think at one point our legislative advisor recommended developing an enterprise, if that's still something that we are considering. I just am concerned if we build another program. Right now, I mean, our government, I'm just looking at all of the programs and how much unmet need they have. Is there a way that maybe we could talk to some of the tribal colleges and they develop some type of consortium? So I would need a little bit more information, Speaker, when we look at broadband and the different challenges across Navajo Nation. In terms of leadership, it's hard to let our constituents how they plan for broadband and their needs in this ever-moving technology. What does that look like when we talk about airspace and some of these other regulations? And if then the Navajo Nation is just looking at not profiting off of this infrastructure, but really providing service to the people. So I'd like to get a little bit more insight on that. I think in terms of, especially when it comes to emergency communication, our goal should be to have no black spots, reduce the gray areas, and have a dynamic plan for the nation. So I agree in a sense with what's being provided, but I also see the concern, and I'm also looking at in terms of if this office is established, and I've asked in the past, where would it be established? Who would be the oversight? Because I think that is also some of the challenges where we develop programs and they do not then either sustain themselves or the objective changes depending on the political atmosphere. And if we could just not isolate, but at least support this project so that it can, again, just meet that mission to provide service to the people when it comes to education, telehealth, emergency communication, economic development, and it's not an office that would be challenged with the some of the politics that happen here on Navajo. Thank you, Speaker Damien and my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down. Before I go back to you, Nelson, I have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue, then Chairman Rick Ness. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, members, delegates, and then all the people that are on the line. Good morning. I have a question regarding the. Well, first of all, I appreciate the setup for this meeting for recording the broadband and all the telecommunications that are on the line. We appreciate the presentation that was given to us, and what I'd like to ask regarding this is the $1.3 billion for the tribal grant. How does, we wanted to know that how can a charter chapter to be incorporated into this grant, to apply for this grant? And we want to know what is the process? And then if we're interested in it, then who do we contact? How do we go about it? Because of that is we have a design-built report, what was accomplished by Aquila Consulting for District 7 chapters, which includes Dalcon, Tisto, Indian Wells, Greasewood, and Whitecomb chapters. So there's 5 chapters that are being given that assessment for people that are in the rural areas and people that are never been served for any infrastructures, including water or electric. So we are very interested in it, and then we're looking forward to have the how we could be included into this grant, and we could be coordinated with our team, with the Navajo Nation. So that will be my question. So if we could help, maybe.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, so we want that to know if we could get some feedbacks, and then also from maybe today we'll be glad to do a presentation before the council too. So I think we're looking more forward to our kids, that we invest into our kids' education every day. So we know that it's been kids have been struggling. So we want this to see if we could how we could give us assistance from the telecommunication or the challenge that we have for the from the regulatory part of it. So that will be my question.
Thank you, Honorable Alma Brigade. Let me go down to Chairman Rick Nez, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, and then my colleagues, Yate Hepena, and also the cyber team, and everybody that's listening this morning to these presentations. The Navajo Nation truly is in dire need of broadband throughout the nation. Our children are struggling. Some of them are educational neglect. And in internet data, then they really need internet service throughout the nation. One other subject that I would like to bring forth before the Naabik'íyáti committee is that we've been working with Arcadian Infracom. We introduced a legislation for them, and they've invested. They're putting up their own money and also investing in the Navajo Nation. And also the Navajo Nation will be pretty much receiving 3% gross revenue on all services crossing Navajo lands. So there's an opportunity there for the nation. The fiber route will go from Phoenix to Flagstaff through Tuba City and up towards Salt Lake. And from Tuba City, it'll go east towards my area here up through Durango and Denver. So with this investment that Arcadian is making, the Navajo Nation will have that opportunity to generate some revenue off of it as well. And these are areas that I believe the council needs to have an update from Arcadian themselves. Mr. Dan Davis can do that, as well as our Senator Carlisle Begay is very much involved with this and assisting in this project, as well as RDC. And we would like to sometimes perhaps have another work session, or if we can have time today, they can present maybe 15 to 20 minutes to discuss this new fiber routes crossing the Navajo Nation. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. With that, let me go back to the presenters for a response.
Brent?
Go ahead, Joe.
I heard three classes of questions. First, Honorable Cuddy, thank you very much for the reference to Navajo Nation Mother Government. We are scheduled to have a conversation with the Office of President and Vice President on Friday to talk through some of these organizational considerations, where the broadband office might report, how to sustain it, what its responsibilities could be, are a topic for discussion. There is a Broadband Act proposed legislation that would create that broadband office. We do have much to do on that. We do believe there may be value in a consortium. We do believe that the nation should be in greater control of its airspace. All of these are valid points. There is a proposal that has been submitted. We do need a planning engagement to estimate what those costs are and what those implementation plans are, so that we have complete information to provide to the council for an allocation of ARP funding if it's appropriate. So I think the questions of the broadband office and its capabilities and where it reports is still an open question, but it is one that we are raising and have discussed at some detail, but no resolution has been made yet. To Honorable Begay, that $1 billion charter grant, here are the rules as we understand them, though that notice of funding opportunity has not yet been finalized. Will be finalized shortly, sometime in the spring, is what Department of Commerce says. Eligible entities to submit for that grant are Navajo, or tribal nations, of which that would be Navajo, not necessarily an independent chapter. We would need to aggregate all the demand from the several chapters, from the various departments, and submit, as required by legislation, only a single grant application. And we are proposing a planning engagement to aggregate all of that demand, whether that's individual chapters, individual divisions, or departments, so that we can see what qualifies as a valid broadband infrastructure expenditure. If you have specific chapters, we would love to hear of them, and maybe we can reach out to you afterwards and ensure that your inputs are collected when we begin the planning engagement. To Honorable Ricky Nez, we do acknowledge that children are struggling and there is dire need for broadband. We do, there's a more detailed presentation, not necessarily for NABI today, where we do encourage the sharing of revenues as a condition of these agreements. What you've done, what the nation has done with Arcadian, with Mr. Dan Davis, with whom we have briefly spoken, I like the 3% gross revenue. We think that all of these assets that are constructed, whether it's fiber, conduit, transport infrastructure, spectrum, where it is awarded to third parties, there should be some kind of revenue payback. And that all should be negotiated before the commitments are made. Personally, I applaud the nation for having worked out this deal. 3% gross revenue is nice. Never take the net. And those funds should flow back into the nation, and whether they're earmarked for specific purposes, yet to be determined. But we believe that that kind of revenue sharing should happen on all the assets that are being built for use by the Navajo Nation, especially with their funds. Brent, would you like to add anything?
Thank you again, Joe. And I think you covered Madam Chair Abercrombie's questions and Mr. Alman Begay. And I think Honorable Begay, I would like to add with your Aquila Consulting. At the beginning of the presentation, we did mention that we're an ad hoc committee, and we're open to discussions and getting more data and supporting the initiative. And I think one of the biggest worries that the cyber team has is that it's kind of like a lot of our IT departments. We're silos also. I think there's various parties that are taking on broadband initiatives, and I think one of the things that would be beneficial is if we had some sort of collaboration and get together, so we're not overlapping or duplicating services in certain areas. And I think that's much needed, and maybe a summit or a work session of some sort that could be initiated by the council to make a complete comprehensive plan would be very beneficial to this initiative. So I wanted to add that to Honorable Begay's response. And again, asset management, there's opportunities today and moving forward. And I think today's a really great opportunity with all the revenue and with all the grants that exist out there. I think the nation has the opportunity to really lead in building the revenue, that capital assets and for itself. So again, these are the discoveries, and we look forward to recommendations again from the council, and then also from the president, office of the president, vice president. Thank you again, Speaker Damon.
Brent, may I add one comment for all the NABI members? The presentation, if you look at the slide numbered 28 on the top half, we enumerate some of the funding sources that are available, not only Section 905, not only the American Rescue Plan. There are others that are not germane to broadband. There is telehealth funding. There are additional minority broadband offices for which rules have not yet been defined. But as Brent suggests, there are many funding sources, and the tool we've offered to our partners at NNTRC is the ability to identify which particular projects should be allocated against which specific funding sources, including the Navajo's operating budget. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. We go back to Honorable Elmer Begay for his follow-up question, and then I have Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, it's Helena. Can you put me on the list, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay, then Otto So, Keon Begay, and then Honorable Helena. That, Honorable Elmer Begay, your follow-up.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, again. I'd like to thank the cyber team again, according to our response to our question. So we believe that the Alcan chapters and the surrounding other 5 chapters, that we are very interested in this grant proposal. We want to be part of it. So we want to be moving forward, and since we have a complete design-built project that we have, so I think we're ready for funding. So we want all the partners and coordination to move forward. So we wanted to ask the cyber team how we could move forward now. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, let me move on down. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your report. Relating to the broadband, and we really appreciate the work that you guys are providing to see where we could extend these very important infrastructures on the Navajo Nation. But as these new dollars come down the pipeline for infrastructure and so forth, we really need to focus on the schools to get fiber to the schools, and pretty much completing the main fiber build out, meaning the backbones. We need to get those built out so that we have those the basic structure of fiber, the grid planned out on the nation, and it enhances education, enhances community development, and enhances economic development because of the financial transactions that happen on the nation. Speed up things for the businesses to process payments and so forth. So, the other is to look at the dark zone of the main hubs, like Shiprock, City, Chinle, Fort Defiance. There's dark zones there that can be added in because of the economic development purpose. Because yes, we have strands here and there, but to go ahead and connect the grid for economic purposes will really help the nations in the Navajo Nation in the future for in the purpose of economic development.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, moving on down. Good morning to Honorable Naabik'íyáti. The floor is yours. Honorable Naabik'íyáti. Going twice.
Chairman,
Yes.
can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Guess I was muted. Di kudon hitna haznaki bahasito lifti. Lid slide 5 of 12. Lay 2, 4, the 5th bullet. I think that's very much important. And Naabik'íyáti committee members need Lindicky how to achieve that. Again, that's the situation that we're in right now, because organization enhancement to improve operation and governance. I think that would really get things going. It's just like right now having no Department of Transportation, but yet we're saying that we want to build a road through here. They don't face a but who's actually doing the legwork in getting this road to be paved? That's where INDOT comes in, and so on. And I believe telecommunication is the same situation right now. We're asking who are we really asking internally? who and then they're going to come around and do the actual legwork. So if we could create a broadband office, how they name it is up to them. But we need an individual or a team in there that will begin to do everything that needs to be done. There's quite a few recommendations being proposed to us from the outside, which is good, but yet we're neglecting to get a hands to say that, okay, then that did how to say don't did that did he kaya pa kao ako khela isi ki kwa ki pa hon ko did on sto le ki jo kwa ki sin passes ane khata to jo pa ilna tan. Yes, the telecommunication regulatory is in place. Because only do dik at have the nagi enforce it only. It I don't because a carbon not to go. It outlet at Hilko. Ilia do had Taudilia Bonnet Zato Lichens and the broadband office Nindigi. Out of formalized cyber team Nindigi, we probably do need to make another amendment that had created the cyber team through emergency legislation. Now, the thing is that once that emergency legislation phases out, then to me, I think the cyber team will also phase out. So, because they're in the position, because within that emergency legislation, I believe it indicates that they got to produce and make an assessment of the overall situation on the Navajo Nation. Each of our chapters delegate so in chapter has the deed this is our recommendation for you to access or advocate for additional funding, or this is our recommendation to establish another tower and so on. Chapters keep but the kata by Aden don't answer. Although the regulatory could all need its brother Yahanatze, because in the past, I'm sure, and I don't know, that a lot of some of these have not paid their bills. The enforcement needs to be in place, yes, so that we've got to revitalize or strengthening the policy of enforcement. Our brother Mr. Presenti has Ajato, and then the telecommunication regulatory commissioners and Linigi Street I don't that if you don't, if you that that's any spells and Kodo Benite Desk and Anita last month Kodo division directors that point Nadelia confirmed Mr. Patero. I've asked if he's capable, if his division is capable of assuming another office, telecommunication office. Maybe if him or any of the division would assume to say that this is our proposal for establishing an office for don't need it, then it's just a matter of dropping legislation quickly to get this in place. But at the same time, I don't that deadlines the well G. I believe I shared this with council or the RDC members, back in January 31st, I sent a memo to our legislative council. Kodo based on the legislation Navajo Nation Council should establish an internal process and assign responsibility to a dedicated task force to develop a comprehensive grant request addressing the need of the entire Navajo Nation. Akoko ahot egoko at nidia baha otsi khish igi adinan spahnilia. Akko Greek at the needed report Laki Magellan is saying that we're just advising. We're not trying to interfere with the Navajo Nation government. Johnny Hidini. Akot ni koto hit all the epeyitsi. Hela ayisi ki kote nahot it. On hake or the 1,000 art chapters, the needs. But who's going to combine it? Who's going to put it together? Who's going to sincerely say that this is the actual dollar amount that we will be needing in order to get the funding that's needed to complete the infrastructure of telecommunication on Navajo? On slide 6 of 12 has all these dots of all the Navajo Nation chapters. And that has been basically and I believe each of the states for New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And I know as we are also citizens of these states, how much are they contributing to the Navajo Nation or to Indian tribes? And I think they're receiving billions of dollars as well. Telehealth, not in the telecommunication based upon the or even the public schools as well. There are several public schools on the Navajo Nation. How much are they investing telecommunication in the Navajo Nation area? So dit all huge yard and diniki bahont go hesh yisiki at Conlan dit ego go no piso dit up nasos kada de deal nito other baby no peso dit kisniniki hesha. It goes back to the slide 5 of 12. The Shiniki, there's got to be a formal office to be established or formal either that or Jota point Iliago. So hey, dedicate yourself to secure this funding for don't need otherwise we're just gonna say that well need to know that she may be the regulatory commission, the cyber team, the Magellan, or whoever. That's if not so don't list or the don't list because the requirement from the 90 from the Latin Yardenez the requirement is that only one applicant per tribe shouldn't hit it. I mean, if an opportunity is there, maybe we could encourage our chapters to submit the application, but they can't. They have to funnel all these requests to the central office, which the Navajo Nation operating. So for that age, I can legislation I thought the bonnet Zanda because it's going to be about another 3 months that's in the other. So by that time, based on I done as they that I don't at the So my recommendation, Speaker, committee members need Lindicky with the cyber team is there a way that we can enhance their current existing authority and really dedicate maybe a few of them to really focus in getting the funding and map out and getting the overall Navajo Nation telecommunication infrastructure need to keep it because so Ebe Kodoshe recommend chairman but I don't know. But like I said, I want to hear the rest of the presenters and see Jabe Aden a service key like NTUA, Cell One, Sacred Wind, and so on. We can build the infrastructure, but yet couldn't base game. So I believe that the Navajo Nation should really make an appointment, maybe formally by the President's office or by the Oversight Committee or by the Council, to say that these are the individuals that should really be in the position to act swiftly on behalf of the Navajo Nation to secure funding. ARP based on the Nasdaq issue Hanel Dan here Bob Hana Huizna to Listo Johnny Hutzat Shall one door into a Ado didn't have sufficient time but not you peso yeah Hanani and then a lot of our chapters were told that all these some of these funding allocations that went to the chapters, they were told that these fundings weren't allowable for them to even establishing the COW at some of these locations that we don't need. So those are some areas I believe that we really need to just continue working on. I don't know what at the chapter level. That's another situation. Maybe we may be advocating for our chapters, but the right-of-way process and the securing of land is always an obstacle at the chapter level. Again, this office should be in the land department, should coordinating in getting these land withdrawn at each of the chapter. Almost a month ago, some of the chapters have passed a resolution asking these phone carriers or cell service carriers that then we need your input, we need your expertise to do an engineered study at each of the chapters and to show that that's when the chapter can begin to withdraw land. I haven't heard back from NTUA or Seller One to say that we are in receipt of your statement, your memo, your request, and this is how we're going to dedicate to help the chapter without any major assessments or exploring the possibility of the dire need is not really part of the plan, but yet they continue to ask for funding, and with some of us gets left out. And again, I continue to say that with all those funding that was available, one of my chapters continues to have no cell service. I can relate probably to the other chapters in chapter has shit at it job at the lit adult aside so I like for all 110 chapters to have some type and resolve these black no service areas and so on. So that I think that's where we need to focus back on. Again, maybe the rough estimate to say that at least one or two cell towers for each chapter. So that means that we had we need 300 more cell tower. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's where these expertise and engineered assessment comes into play. And then once the other thing that we really need to be mindful, cell tower. I believe that the Navajo Nation should make a position. Okay, you're asking for cell tower. Automatically, you need to share these roaming agreement with the other carriers in that location. That's another thing that we really need to be dealing with, because, like I said, one of the chapters that I represent has a tower, but to my understanding that unless it's been corrected, that other carriers are not able to get on these cell tower because they haven't made an agreement yet. I thought that whoever's cell tower is operating, but other carriers phone they so those are some other minute areas I think that the council really needs to look at. Otherwise, we'll have 5 or 6 towers at each location, where each tower will be owned by some carriers. But why can't they co-locate and share these towers? Because at the end of the day, yes, their mind is to make money, but from our end, is for our community. Peso has a company to peso user that I'm sure they have the upper hand to say that this is how we want to establish our towers when they're going to be using their own money. But this is funding that's coming directly from the federal government. So I think we have the upper hand to ask and telling them that this is how they should be, how these towers should be established across the Navajo Nation. Out of the 911 door, first net nenended attended with to Yego bit the nista to Aj. So there was some bigger, broader area that I think that this office and this team would be able to be established. So, Speaker, I apologize for taking up too much time, but I think that the request is necessary, and I don't know how the other committee member feels about it. Otherwise, okay, this office will probably do it. This office will probably do it. No, and then it gets too complicated. Then next thing we know that we didn't do enough job, so that that $1 billion we didn't even got a penny for the don't scan down short of so ede kodo ana is kando lista student ano singido kodo bahasi lista chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. With that, let me go back to the presenter for response. Thank you.
Thank you again, honorable delegates, Begay, honorable delegate So, honorable delegate Begay, and also the recommendations and going back to some of the immediate needs. I appreciate those comments. Following up on Honorable Begay's question regarding telecom chapters surrounding of how they can participate in this grant application. Again, the cyber team is more than welcome. We welcome Aquila to come to the table. I know you had mentioned that there was an assessment that was done in those surrounding chapters. We'd be happy to share our information, our discoveries, and then incorporate the discoveries of Aquila in support of the proposal and providing recommendation of addressing some of your broadband challenges. And I think that kind of leads into Honorable Odo So's comments regarding the focus on schools and fiber to schools initiatives. And I think a lot of our schools, that exist out there, we have different entities across Navajo Nation. We have public, we have BIE, we have charter, we have private schools, and each of those have various funding sources that are forthcoming or that are available to them. Unfortunately, like a good example is with BIE. They have their own resources through BIE that they have dollars that are available to them to expand on their infrastructure in terms of broadband. But I think on our end, we just can provide our recommendations and our discoveries and share with them on the capacity that should be established. And I think, one of the important notes I want to make, and might go a little bit technical, is that for every student, the calculation is 1 meg of connectivity per student. So, for those schools that are, say, with 100 students, we're asking for 100 megs minimum. So, basically the calculation is that. The challenge that our schools have is that, paying for 1 meg of connectivity is pretty expensive. We have challenges across Navajo Nation in terms of, they call it digital equity, digital inclusions, right? I think those are some of the terminologies that we've come across, and we want to provide resources, and we want to have competitive pricing made available for a lot of our communities, just like the cities do. Gallup, Albuquerque, they have various providers they could go with, and that would be beneficial to their needs. And I think that's basically the recommendation that the cyber team is making, is that we need to have that kind of opportunity for our schools and for our students, and then our parents back at home. We in education, and I'm sure that parents have come to your table and saying, hey, I'm staying home because we're sheltering at home or safer at home, keeping those, ensuring that my family is safe from the COVID. But the problem is that I don't have I can't afford connectivity because of the pricing that's being offered. We hear those challenges every day, and I think building equity, digital equity for our people, I think is going to be very important. I think and moving forward to Honorable So's questions in terms of building that backbone to support that. E-rate is one of them. I know that there's opportunities of fiber overbuilds, as Joe had mentioned in his presentation. We have that opportunity from the nation to put in that infrastructure and to have that available for our communities out there. And Honorable So is correct. There's a lot of dark zones, donut holes that exist out there. And I think proper planning and proper getting our silos, our initiatives that are dealing with broadband together, meeting with the ETCs. We had a plan for recommendations to start collaborating with them, and we've done our outreach. So I hope in moving forward that we have a better working relationship with our ETCs that are providing services on the nation, and really frameworking a solution that would be beneficial to not only the nation but also their behalf. So the opportunities are there. And to Honorable Kealan Begay's advocacy in terms of a broadband office, and I think thank you for that, Honorable Begay. I think it is very important that we have an office within the nation here to advocate and to pursue funding and to really bring in opportunities and revenue resources to the nation. Again, earlier, we're looking at 2 pots of funding, and there's many, in our detailed broadband plan, and I think we'll redistribute that. There's 127 pages of the detailed plan of this work here. And in that plan, it really outlines all those funding opportunities, and there's many. So again, the requirements of today in terms of cellular, you hear the terminology 25/3. That's 25 megs up and then 3 megs down. Today, that's the minimal requirement that each student or each person should be getting. But because of maybe how would you say it, oversubscriptions or all these different things that that exist, a lot of our community members are challenged in getting those services at those minimum speeds. So what is the solution? And I think the solution is really building those fiber, that middle mile broadband plan. And earlier there was a discussion regarding Arcadian Infracom. We met with Arcadian and they provided their backhaul solutions. So the middle mile and the last mile could easily tie into that backhaul. And I think the opportunities are there to engage in that. And I'm sure there's going to be more discussions on that. But I just wanted to provide some feedback in terms of some of the questions and also the comments that were made. And Joe, I don't know if you want to chime in on any of the responses from honorable delegates. Thank you.
Yes, I would, Brent. Thank you. To Honorable Elmer Begay, absolutely, we would welcome whatever assessments you have. The cyber team is eager and, subject to approval and funding, we would dearly want to move forward because we think time is a wasting asset on that 905 $1 billion grant program. We do believe that the chapters must coordinate through the nation. So we look forward to seeing those documents if we can. To Delegate Orozco, absolutely agree. Overbuild. If we've learned one thing, it's that the free market hasn't necessarily served the Navajo needs completely. There is leadership that we believe Navajo Nation needs to take in negotiating usage agreements and dictating prices, perhaps, so that these things become affordable. Again, that's the theme behind quickly giving money to third parties without negotiating pricing. You want to make sure that the Navajo Nation, I believe, can get value for whatever money, maybe even ownership and control of the assets that are constructed. And to Honorable Kialan Begay, this is on topic for our presentation with OPVP on Friday. Here's the proposed organization chart. We do believe that there needs to be grant funding or money for planning grant funding immediately to support 905. We believe the broadband office, if it could be quickly instantiated, could take the lead on that. There could be dedicated resources, even if it's contracted in the short term. As you'll see in our schematic, and many of you have seen this in earlier versions of Navajo Cyber Team presentations, we're proposing that the broadband office reports into the executive team. Conversations will be had, hopefully, and determine where that office sits. Maybe it's into Mr. Platero, to be determined. But again, I like your analogy on Department of Transportation. When you need a road, you turn to NDOT. If you needed broadband or subscription services, you would turn to the office that would take guidance from the council. We are eager to support whatever the nation needs to do. This is we as the cyber team. I want to be very clear. Whatever the nation needs to do, time is critical. You'll notice on the very right of this organization chart, a slight amendment. What is needed now? The broadband office and the formalized cyber team. Enterprise funds and cooperatives can happen later. Thank you, Brent and honorable delegates.
Thank you very much for that response to my colleagues. With that, colleagues, let me move on down to Honorable Alona.
Speaker, is Helena?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. And Mr. Nelson, nice to hear your voice again. Haven't seen you for a while. And to all the cyber team. I just want to make this real brief, and I support this idea of creating our own internet service, internet cyber team. I know the cyber team has been working on several projects, namely all the chapters across the Navajo Nation, identifying the type of internet service they have, whether they have a wide range of internet service or just a small range. And some have towers and some don't. Some have broadband fiber optics and some don't. So we need to move towards a unified system. And I do support the fact that we do need a cyber team office here on the Navajo Nation so that they can move forward and establishing a business site here on the Navajo Nation with broadband infrastructure. I think this is important that we need to go ahead and get started on it soon. The sooner the better. You know, we always do things and talk about them and get into them at the last minute. Right now, with all this money that's coming in from the Recovery Act, I think there's some money there that might be able to help us because it does specify that it is for new construction. So there might be some money there that we can allocate to try to establish this office, broadband office. I think this is important that the Navajo Nation needs to capitalize on this, and we need to move forward as quickly as we can. It's going to be important for the nation to manage its own affairs and to approve the right-of-ways and permits all across the country, the nation. But we need one office that's going to take care of this. And this is a long-term commitment that we need to make. It's important that we need to do this because you never know, 5 years from now, we might have another pandemic. And who knows, it could be worse than the one we're in now. The one we're still working on right now, the pandemic, there's a possibility that it might extend into another year because of the variations of the virus that have mutated. So we're still experiencing this part of our pandemic, and it's not going to go away tomorrow. It's not going to go away next month. It's going to be a few months, maybe a year and a half before it actually we can suppress this virus. And I say this because all the other countries, the poor countries out there around the world, they're not able to access all the vaccines that were being produced today. And because they're not able to access all these different vaccines to keep their people safe, the virus is going to have more options to mutate into different types of viruses that could be stronger, more vigilant against the human population. So in that regard, we might need to be getting ready to do more online learning school. I hate to say that because I'd rather have, we all know in-class learning is the best option for student development. But because of the pandemic, we're limited to our options there. But I support the fact that we need to give the authority to one division. If we make a new division here on the Navajo Nation, that's what we need to do. And they can apply for all the licensings. These are experts in these fields, and that's what we need to put in there so that we can have a great team and a great service here for the Navajo Nation, establishing our broadband. So those are some of the comments. I just wanted to make them real quick, that I followed the Sabre team. I listened to them when they did a presentation about all the chapters and the work that they've been doing. And I commend them for moving forward with this issue. And the next thing I need to know is how do we really establish this entity? And then funding. We need to get funding together so that we can move forward with this cyber team initiative. I believe that's what we need to do here across the Navajo Nation. There are several programs across coming from the government, coming from the state of New Mexico, and some from the state of Arizona. They're all trying to supply broadband internet services out here on the Navajo Nation. And they're all going their separate ways, it seems to me like. They all need to be under one roof and housed under one leadership. And if we had a cyber team office that could take care of all these initiatives, they would be responsible for all the necessary licensing that needs to happen, and a business plan for the future. They could also devise this plan for us so that we can look out 5 to 10 years down the road, and as internet service becomes more prevalent and these newer technologies come out, we need experts in that position there so that we can capitalize on all these new data that comes out for internet usage, and all the funding that needs to be housed under one entity, instead of having everybody going their separate ways. Because, like I said, there's a lot of funding that is coming into the Navajo Nation for these fiber optics and broadband services. So those are my recommendations right now. That I'd like to reiterate that we need to create a office here. And of course, we don't have enough office space just for our own people here that we're trying to run the government. But it's going to improve over time if Mr. Patero works on a project there where he can start revamping all the businesses or the departments here and creating more space for our employees to work. Hopefully he can get that licked, and there'll be an office that we can set up somewhere for the cyber team. The other thing would be about cyber team is that across the Navajo Nation we have several our entities that all have their own servers, and they're scattered across the Navajo Nation. That needs to be all under one roof, in my opinion, with the IT department. And maybe that's where the IT department can be work in coordination with the cyber team to establish these projects across the nation for broadband and internet service, and putting the fiber optic line in. Those are my thoughts right now, Speaker. I appreciate you listening to me, but I recommend that we need to move in that direction. I think we have a good team right now, a cyber team. We just need to get established the department. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Oh, hold on. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further questions or comments?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Cecilia, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Auto presenters, the cyber team, Mr. Nelson, and other folks. I guess what I'm missing is a timeline. Timeline when X numbers of chapters will be part of the system. And the ability to have 110 chapters online by a certain date. The other aspect is there has been initiatives in each of the state legislatures that the nation has lands in. And I'm wondering, most especially the New Mexico side. We had Senator Michael Padilla sponsor legislation that basically allows for monies to come funneling through. And again, the other aspect is the cyber team's initiative and the nation's initiative to access some of the state funding that would be flow through monies from the American Rescue Plan. Again, my main concern is right now, Starlink exists. At the flip of a switch, we could have connectivity. Without this timeline, without this aspect of acquiring right-of-ways, without the aspect of hiring contractors to trench the lines and lay the optics. So that's the aspect that I continue to pursue. Right now, we have connectivity problems, even with our work sessions, from wherever we're at as we call in. And again, that could be changed by the inception of subscribing to Starlink. Satellites are already up in the air, in the sky, in space. And I'm wondering why the cyber team isn't looking at that. Granted, you know, the consultant is saying ownership. However, the service of availability instantly versus a time when the fiber optics finally gets, for myself, finally gets to Ojo Encino, Councilor Torreon. That's what I'm looking at in that aspect. It just boggles my mind that the cyber team isn't putting that as the first alternative. We'll pay the subscription fees up until the fiber optics are installed and we have 100% connectivity. If the most central parts of the nation have the ability for the fiber optics, then those particular areas wouldn't necessarily be part of the aspect to subscribe to Starlink. But those that are last in line for the fiber optics connectivity, then they need to be on the Starlink subscriptions. I'd rather see a plan with that aspect than what's being presented to Nabi right now. And how do we achieve that particular aspect of getting students in the area, getting constituents to have the connectivity that is necessary. So that would be the extent of my response and my questions to the team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NABI committee members. I yield the floor back.
Thank you with that. Let me go back to the presenters and colleagues. The floor is yours. Let me go back.
Thank you again, Speaker Damon, and thank you again for your questions, honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Halona, Honorable So, and then, it's kind of retracting back to Honorable Halona's recommendations, in terms of unifying support of broadband office. And again, we were thankful for that. And as you see on your screen here, these are just some proposed recommendations here. And as Joe had mentioned, we'll be following up with Office of the President and Vice President with this presentation and really getting some feedback from President's office at the end of the week. So we appreciate that. And we do, the establishment of the cyber team. I think that's very important to continue to work. And as many have mentioned, we've done the discovery. We've done the assessments. We've identified the towers. We've provided solutions using wireless technology and also using fiber technologies in our responses and in the plan. So. Again, as Honorable Halona had mentioned, long-term commitments, and this is a long-term commitment. I think there's a great opportunity to expand on telecommunications and infrastructure across Navajo Nation. And again, there's many resources and there's many funding opportunities that is here today. And again, we should pursue that as soon as possible. And then also, earlier we had discussed about broadband spectrum. And I think this is kind of going back to Honorable Halona's question in support of getting education, students connected. The Navajo Nation had acquired 3 channels of broadband. 2 of them have been assigned to carriers to provide connectivity, and the 3rd channel is being proposed for public safety. And I think that 3rd channel, we also are advocating to have support for distant learning. In a more detailed presentation, we have a budget that's outlined of how we're going to connect to homes using that channel. So I think more discussions and we'll be having with the cyber team and also with internally within the NNTRC office, and really getting that channel available to us so we can use that to address a lot of the gaps that exist out there. And going forward to Honorable Daniel So, thank you again for your assessment and your questions regarding Starlink and satellite solutions. I think that's that is very important, and that is a quick solution. A lot of the assessments that I've been involved in regarding satellite connectivity, there's pros and cons, that associate with sending signals through the air. One of the major things that we encounter here on Navajo is our different weather patterns. We did, like now we're dealing with windstorms during springtime, and with these wireless signals and these satellites, these things move around and they disrupt signals. And the throughput of these type of technologies, again, it's kind of like a shared service. You're sharing bandwidth again, and the requirements again is 25.3, and the cost of expanding those connectivity, they all vary in prices again. So there's a lot of logistics that are associated with satellite services, and again, with the mentioning of linking up our chapters. I'll go back to the E-rate initiative. With the E-rate project, we're planning to hook up 90 chapter houses in the next 2 years, and the remaining chapters 1 year later. So, and then also many will be completed in the next 6 months. As we were told by the 3 contract holders that we have for E-rate 2020, a lot of the chapters, the fiber is just outside the door. So a lot of those will be put online, and we can provide a more detailed timeline and in the next couple of weeks regarding that initiative. So just wanted to follow up with to the honorable delegates recommendations, and also some questions regarding timelines and connectivity. And the other thing I want to add is the access of state funding. I think we've done that with E-rate. We've had government-to-government relationships with the state of New Mexico and Arizona. With E-rate, of course, with the federal funding, that's 90% is being taken care of from E-rate. What they would require was, hey, who's going to upfront the other 10% of this fiber infrastructure? And the states of Arizona and New Mexico, they've been more than supportive from their E-rate offices and saying, hey, we've identified some funding that can help you establish your chapters as libraries, and to provide 100 megs of connectivity to each of those sites. So 100 megs of connectivity, that's a good size pipe. And to have that kind of establishment and to have that be funded at 100% with our state partnerships, and no cost to the nation, that's a win-win situation. And then it's a solution. And again, with the state of New Mexico, honorable delegate, so, even with education, we see some ESSERR grant that's going to be doing some pilot projects in the Crown Point area to do some mobile busing Wi-Fi to a lot of those challenged students that can't get online. So again, these are just a couple of state funding access that we've pursued and acquired, and continue to build on those relationships. So thank you again for those questions. And Joe, if you want to follow up with anything else you want to provide to response to Honorable Halona and so, time is not yours. Thank you.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Brent. First, Honorable Halona, thank you very much for your supportive comments and the need for one broadband office. I want to make 2 important comments that the Nabi should be aware of. First off, I understand, Mr. Portera is new in his position, but I do not believe that physical plant for an office needs to exist in the immediate term. The creation of the office and the funding for the office are much more important. Everything the cyber team is doing, certainly from Magellan's perspective, we are remote right now. We do not need physical plant. So I would suggest that the urgency and import of creating that broadband office with funding far outweighs the need for physical plant, point 1. Point 2, on the existence of the office, this is good practice generally. The state of New Mexico is in the process of establishing a broadband office. Other tribes are establishing their own broadband office. This is not, it's certainly relatively new, but it is not, you will not be breaking ground. You are following suit on many states, many counties, many cities, and many tribes to have an office dedicated to broadband. So I think, Honorable Halona, thank you for your comments. We would like to move forward, and we will discuss that on Friday with OPBC. To Honorable So, I will follow Brent's lead on the schedule for when things will be connected. To the urgency of how quickly and at what cost might we connect to Starlink for low Earth orbit satellites, we would like to explore that. All of the numbers we have shared with you today really are preliminary. They have not all been vetted. We need some additional planning time and additional planning cycles to estimate what those actual costs would be. I think Mr. Vicente will, I expect, say similar things in his presentation. But if we're asked, that can be a priority, and we can assess how much of an ask would be for the nation to fund subscriptions in the short term, because that's just another financial ask for the council to consider if we use ARP funding or any subsidies. I don't have the Starlink subscription fees available. I don't know how many there are. These are big numbers, and if we're approved to take the next step, we would be glad to address the feasibility of Starlink and what kind of coverage over the entire nation could be provided. We don't know those answers right now, but if approved, we'll go forward and study them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information in response to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? If there are none, thank you very much, Navajo Nation Cyber Team. More than welcome to stay on the line, as there are other numerous different discussion topics we're going to have regarding broadband and wireless infrastructure, fiber optics throughout the day. So with that, let's go ahead and continue on to Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charlton.
Is there a telecommunications document that was forwarded out? Okay. All right. Thank you. That on the telecommunications.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charlton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a really quick question. Speaker, I know that, we have had presentations regarding broadband presented to us by, I believe it is, I always get the name wrong. I always want to say it's Digital Divide, but I know it's not Digital Divide. Arcadian. I don't know why I always think Digital Divide. But I know that the questions that we have been asking regarding the ARPA funds is, how Navajo is planning to use contractors, Navajo contractors, and to try to encourage these contractors and enterprises to hire more Navajo people. And I don't know if that question was asked. If it was, I do apologize. I'll listen back on the record. But that would be my one question. I know that we have had, I believe there was another telecommunication company. I had it at the tip of my tongue, but I can't even remember it right now. But I shared that information with you. Should council be listening to these smaller contractors to get information on what they can provide, and then also make recommendations regarding these smaller contractors, especially when they're Navajo owned? Do they come before council? I always worry that there might be some questions regarding that happening. I know that there was one time we did question whether a company coming before Naabik'íyáti was actually a good move. So I always go back and forth on that. So if you can provide us some guidance on that. Oh, the company is Clear Abundance. That's right. They did come before Law and Order Committee, and they did make a presentation, and I shared the information that was provided to me with your office, Speaker. But I guess I just need a little bit of guidance on how to handle that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If there's any other communication companies that are going to come before us, they will be welcomed at any point. We were looking at the 1st of May but we're looking at the second portion of May now as well, or second week in May. But in reference to some of these companies that are helping assist, like the cyber team or telecommunications, those companies, I do believe they're working with them, and it's up to the presenters to decide who they bring before the Navajo Nation, who has been invited. Further clarification, if any, on certain specific items, that would just be as a recommendation for the individuals that would like to come before the Navajo Nation Council. Some of the smaller companies that could be available, again, we're going to give them an opportunity the second week in May to come before the Navajo Nation Council, Madam Chair. But I don't know if anybody from Navajo Nation Cyber Team wants to add on to that question and further clarify the justification, Mr. Nelson or one of your team members.
Brent?
Sorry about that. Thank you again, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for your question regarding Navajo contractors and considering smaller contractors. As I had mentioned, as we have been mentioning, our doors open, with the cyber team or an ad hoc committee and consisting of various entities, and we welcome any further discussions that need to be made, and also companies that are Navajo owned, their recommendations, and consider that into a overall project. The contact people for the cyber team, of course, there's a handful that are part of the ad hoc committee, and we can provide our contact information on the chat box if it's available, but if not, we can forward that to the legislative office and can be distributed. But again, with Arcadian, we did meet with them and had a little bit of discussions regarding their backhaul proposals and the opportunities that could support the Navajo Nation middle mile and last mile initiatives. Again, these are just some things that need to be continued discussions and integrate that into the overall planning of really addressing higher capacity connectivity that will support all our departments within the government, but also some economic opportunities moving forward. So thank you again, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, for that. And then also, Joe, I don't know if you want to chime in and provide a recommendation or response to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question.
Yes, thank you, Brent. Honorable Charles Newton, we think that for any RFPs for service, there certainly should be, as part of the solicitation, preference points for any priority 1 or 2 companies. We, as Magellan, don't control access to those, and we think that those preference points and encouragements should be enforced. We also, in preparing for some field work and some projects, if we're approved to move forward onto some next steps, we're looking at asking for some local Navajo resources, maybe from the colleges, maybe as jobs creation to help us do fielding work, to support rural broadband, to support planning for fiber. So we absolutely support and encourage any local Navajo contributions, and we do not control or influence directly any of those things. So we would encourage the purchasing departments, if these are issued, to assign appropriate preference points for Navajo-owned entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that response. DACA committee members, let's go ahead and continue on down then now to Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. My name is Arvin Trujillo, and I'm the chair for the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. I work here in Farmington. I'm the chief executive officer for Four Corners Economic Development. I also have fellow commissioners, Commissioner Claw, Commissioner Nez, Commissioner Montoya, and Commissioner Tatsukawa also joining us here on the call, as well as Director Vicente. What I'd like to do is to make some opening remarks, and then from there, turn the floor over to our director, Mr. Vicente. But in listening to the discussion by the cyber team, I think, again, the aspect of looking at connectivity is an issue that really needs to be addressed. How do we start looking at infrastructure? There were a number of questions that were brought up, as well as recommendations, looking at how you would do the software piece of it, how all of that would come connected, and then how do you upkeep? How do you do the O&M? Who keeps the system running? How does that happen? And integrated into all of this is that aspect of staffing and funding. In a former lifetime, I used to be the director of the Division of Natural Resources. And staffing is really an area that needs to be looked at as you begin to look at the development of infrastructure and how you begin to bring those pieces together. I was directed by then President Joe Shirley Jr. to head up the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, the funding, the first stimulus under then President Obama. And in that process, looking at project ready or shovel ready projects, we came back and we were able to identify a little over $500 million worth of projects. We were successful in getting a number of those projects done. But the thing about it was, at that point in time, it was the opinion of the group I was working with that 400 to 500 million was all we could handle. That's what we had the capability of spending, making sure that the reports went out, everything came back in. I see the same thing as we start looking at broadband and the dollars that we're looking at right now. One thing, again, that we need to begin to look at is how do you spend 1.4 or $1.3 billion? And how do you do that effectively? Because again, along with that, there's going to be reporting requirements and et cetera as you go through. So again, that comes back to staffing and O&M. Looking at the compliance areas, we'll expand a little bit more on this. You know, looking at the right-of-way process and how do we look at the actual approval process? How do we begin to develop a process that allows us to move fairly seamlessly through that whole effort? And then looking at the funding itself, we are right now, the NNTRC is reviewing the proposals that a number of the internet service providers, the ISPs, are moving forward with. We are right now in the processes of compiling that information. But what we're seeing right now is that as you get along the borders of their different service areas, you're seeing overlaps of cell towers and services. It was mentioned before, dark fiber. I've already gone through that issue here in San Juan County. We were looking at possibly having a fiber optic loop connecting both us as well as Southwest Colorado. Shiprock was involved in that. But as we started doing more work into that, it wasn't really an effort of having to rebuild a fiber optic line. It was utilizing dark fiber that was already in place. And so again, those are some of the things that need to be taken a look at. So there are areas that the NNTRC is looking at, we're beginning to address. As we move forward through this whole process, we are more than willing to work with the cyber team, with the NABI committee or the appropriate standing committees of the Navajo Nation Council to make sure that we have a process in place that will allow us to utilize this funding in the most effective manner. Because it was also discussed before, we're looking at a one-time funding to get infrastructure in place. Tied to that now would be O&M costs to keep that infrastructure in place and operating. And more importantly, everybody's talking about that last mile development. Again, the question is going to come back. How does that get paid? Who pays that? As you look at the customer base right now, we in many of the towns and the cities that do have a fairly good broadband costs, a lot of that is supplemented by businesses. That is one area that is not very apparent within the Navajo Nation. So again, it's not that we can't do it, it's we have to begin to look at this particular issue and begin to figure out how do we best do that so that we do have affordable broadband capabilities in the Navajo Nation, so that we have the ability for the constituents within the Navajo Nation to be able to utilize this important infrastructure. And we all know it is important, but there's a cost associated with that. So how do we do that? So with that opening statement, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Vicente.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, or almost, yeah, we're transitioning to the afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable delegates to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, as well as yourself, Speaker Damon. Thank you so much for this opportunity for this to provide and voice our concerns as well as the challenges as far as expanding broadband telecommunication infrastructure all throughout the Navajo Nation. So let's go ahead and just jump right into it. So first and foremost, I think one of the most notable challenges that Navajo Nation, as well as some of the enterprises and companies that do operate on Navajo, often face challenges with right-of-ways. It's ultimately the lengths that it takes from beginning to approval. It really just takes too long, and it's a little cumbersome as far as the process is. A reason why I bring this up is businesses operate and work at the speed of business. If a project is taking too long, funding may be reappropriated for other projects, unless it's specifically designated for that particular project, which in some instances, if a private company is utilizing their own funding, they may just reappropriate some of that funding in different projects. Which leads me to the next item is our transitions to E-rate. With E-rate being approved for 90 chapters, this is where things go hand in hand with right-of-way approvals. Last year, the Resources and Development Committee did come up with a solution for some of the projects that were being expanded as far as infrastructure throughout the Navajo Nation. The TAA that was approved last year was definitely beneficial. And we definitely like to encourage the expansion on this because, again, some of the solutions to expedite the build out is recommending, and again, I at least strongly believe that a utility/telecommunications corridor would be beneficial on the Navajo Nation. Keep in mind with the 15 different land statuses that do pose a challenge because the proposal on this particular challenge and the solution, of course, is to empower land departments, be a one-stop shop for right-of-ways as well as tower site lease agreements. Because currently the process, and again, depending on the land status, I'm going to use the most common process is when the service provider does apply for a tower site lease agreement, they get all the documentation submitted through the 164. Once it's done and finalized by land department, of course, it goes to BIA. So again, and BIA also has to vet it. And if there's additional things that need to be changed on it, again, that's just adding additional time. Of course, with some of the projects such as E-rate, I'm definitely excited that E-rate, Navajo Nation has become eligible and awarded E-rate because it's been over 10 years since Navajo Nation hasn't been eligible for this particular program. And of course, again, with that, we're just trying to come up with expedited ways to help build out E-rate. Because keep in mind, a lot of these projects is going to take some time, especially for trenching fiber in the ground, and they have to go through the right-of-way processes unless they already have existing fiber through these routes. the my apologies, I'm losing my place here. I'm getting a little too excited about E-rate. I guess one thing really quick, I do want to take a moment to officially recognize the Navajo Nation E-rate Consortium. I know I'm drifting off a little bit. I promise I will come back. The reason why I do want to bring this up is there are 3 individuals as well as 3 departments that are currently going to be manning day-to-day operations for E-rate projects. So first individual is going to be Pearl Lee with Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities. We also have Brent Nelson with Doty and Norbert Nez, who is with Division of Community Development. Particular reason for these 3 is obvious. DCD obviously is going to be working with the chapters that were designated and approved as a library throughout the Navajo Nation. And then you have Brent Nelson, who's also going to be working on the education aspect as far as the Head Starts. And I know one of the concerns that's definitely what's raised is public as well as Navajo Nation controlled schools. That's of course going to be something that's going to be considered down the road. One of the potential usages, and this is going to transition me to the next portion that I wanted to bring up as far as challenges, is the Digital Reservations Act. This kind of ties in with a couple different items. My apologies. We would like to see our colleges and universities be eligible for E-rate. And one of the things that former Representative Deb Haaland started the initiative is the Digital Reservations Act. It basically empowers, one of the critical things that empowers the tribes to designate is building and structures to be eligible as a library or designated as a library within tribes. So currently, it's a challenge and a half, especially when the process of getting the chapter house certified as a designated library was challenging enough. But if the Digital Reservations Act does go through, it's definitely something that would be very beneficial for the Navajo Nation, especially for its colleges and universities throughout Navajo Nation. This also ties into a different challenge that we also been facing on Navajo Nation, which is spectrum. Spectrum licenses are insanely critical because, again, when it comes to right-of-ways and expansion of telecommunications throughout Navajo Nation, right-of-ways is often the biggest challenges. And the cumbersome process that it takes to expand into these territories, it just takes too long. So one of the creative solutions that some of the service providers are employing right now is fixed wireless. So the cyber team did mention the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, which NNTRC is currently pursuing. Some of the other tribes, if you have heard, have been already designated and awarded the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. There's a particular reason why Navajo Nation has not been awarded yet. Excuse me. And it's the Eastern as well as Rama and Alamo territories. We're trying to submit a waiver to include more of the areas on Eastern Agency due to its challenges with being checkerboard. And what's also wasn't included is Alamo, and Alamo and Rama also tried to expand for contiguous coverage for wireless. So that's the specific reason why the 2.5 hasn't been awarded to the Navajo Nation yet. We're currently operating under an STA, which is a special temporary authority. So we have channel 1, channel 2, channel 3. Channel 1 and channel 2 have just over 50 megahertz of spectrum. Channel 3 has 17.5 megahertz of spectrum. The third channel, the reason why we're trying to possibly designate that for public safety is where the potential opportunity with the American Recovery Plan is to upgrade infrastructure. And this could include two-way radios. With partnership with Pearl Lee's office of NNTU, we're looking at proposals to upgrade from analog to P25. This particular reason is when I actually joined some of the officers for when they were out in the field for the ride along, when I'm sitting there and I see the officer flipping through channels trying to connect with dispatch, that is something that just blew my mind when we can consolidate that into one potential challenge, and as well as the amount of coverage that these officers are often faced with. I even reached out for feedback from a couple different departments. Whenever there's operations and emergency management operates in an area conducting search and rescue operations, there may be two-way radio gaps of service. So I just want to go ahead and expand on, again, just spectrum. Challenges with spectrum and the Digital Reservations Act, they go hand in hand, because the community of Tahajale, I use them as a prime example because they're only less than 25, 30 minutes away from Albuquerque. This is one of the primary places I cannot stop stressing. So they only have about 1 to 2 bars of cell phone coverage. With the Digital Reservations Act, this actually empowers the tribes to have a little more authority over spectrum licenses within their tribal territories. This may be a little far-fetched, but if that language can be included and passed through the congressional leadership, this would be amazing, because again, with Chairman So's statement about the universal service funds being awarded to some of the service providers, specifically, we voiced our concerns and support for Senate Bill 204 with the New Mexico PRC to allow the Sacred Wind Communications to be eligible for a universal service fund funding, so they can continue building out in New Mexico within the Navajo Nation. We have of course, again, we had national service providers who received USF funds from the New Mexico PRC, but have not bothered to cover the community of Tahajale for the longest time. National service providers own majority of the spectrum around these territories. And there's a reason why NCUA Choice Wireless and Cellular One are not in the Tahajale community, is because the national service provider owns that spectrum that cuts and goes around the Tahajale community. And with that, I'd like to just mention that if it wasn't for our regional service providers who have built out within the Navajo Nation, in especially the past years, national service providers would not have the coverage on Navajo Nation, of course, thanks to roaming agreements. I'm going to stop there with spectrum. Next thing I would like to definitely touch base on is NNTRC is looking to update its current regulations. We're currently working to overhaul our regulations. The comment period is now open up to this Friday, which closes at 5 p.m. Of course, the regulations do encourage the use of non-traditional co-locations, such as utilizing water tanks and other tower structures tall enough to support antennas to be broadcasted. So within the current regulations right now, it doesn't allow service providers. It's a gray zone, if you will, because if we have water tanks that are high enough that can support telecommunication equipment, why don't we try and utilize that instead of trying to erect a new cell tower in these locations? That's just a synopsis of the current regulations that's going through the process, the comment period process right now. Of course, this one's probably a popular subject. I want to transition to rural addressing. NNTRC has been working with DCD and DPS to find a solution for this particular matter. Of course, this is under the purview of Division of Community Development, and we're doing whatever's necessary to collaborate and find a solution for this matter, especially when we have the opportunity to address this fully with American Rescue Plan funding. One of the questions I'd like to pose to everyone is, again, this is a critical need on Navajo Nation. It affects your personal finances. And again, some of the questions I definitely want to ask is, can you apply for a credit card right now? Open a bank account online. Can you apply for an SBA loan? Can you actually walk into the DMV right now and get your real ID? Can you turn on the Wi-Fi calling on your mobile device with the rural address right now? I'm more than confident I can say no to all those questions. The reason for this is I need to stress that rural addressing is insanely critical because it just doesn't affect and touch public safety, economic development, telecommunications. There's a wide plethora, a wide array of things that rural addressing does touch, including voting. So we all know what happened with some of the with rural addressing for some of the communities and tribes out there that haven't been able to vote because they haven't had the rural addressing completed. Which leads me to another topic that goes hand in hand with the rural addressing. And again, thanks to Chairman So for bringing this up, because Starlink and SpaceX, when I first met with them, they actually only allowed you to sign up through beta testing with a verifiable rural address. And of course, when I met with them, I educated them that the Navajo Nation does not have rural addressing. So when folks tried to sign up, they couldn't. And they modified their landing page. So when you visit it now, it's asking for a Google Plus code. So if you're interested in Starlink, you can go visit their site. Just do a little bit of research with your location with Google Plus codes and you're all set. Let's see. And I'm going to go ahead and just move down to the final part with our report to the Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council. So NNTRC has been forward thinking in anticipation for NTIA's and American Rescue Plan funding for projects. We would like to utilize these funding as efficiently as possible while also being fiscally responsible. Within the past 2 weeks, we have definitely done a lot of work sessions with service providers. One of the initial requests that we're going to specifically request from the Navajo Nation Council is a separate work session that's going to be an executive work session, because some of the information that we have readily available right now from the service provider that have contributed to this particular proposals for the NTIA as well as ARP is the information is business confidential, and of course we have service providers that are going to be competing with each other. So we would definitely like to schedule a work session separately with each individual service provider indicating which projects they want to go provide to the Navajo Nation. With the proposals, one of the requests from NNTRC obviously is trying to close the digital divide, as well as close the coverage gaps throughout Navajo Nation with cellular providers. So when the proposals did come through, first and foremost, the top of the priority list was unserved and underserved territories. So my apologies, my phone's ringing, but we have those two as a priority throughout Navajo Nation. And we're also looking to prioritize fiber projects such as fiber to the home, because as of last year, we had one service provider on Navajo Nation that actually got the fiber to the home for the Navajo Housing Authority development in Herfinale chapter completed. So we're making strides. It's just whenever it comes to these particular items, they do take some time for them to come about. Again, if we can possibly request an executive session down the road with the 24th Navajo Nation Council to provide and show the map that we have been working on, because being fiscally responsible is critical, especially with ARP. When we take a look at the map, we have service providers that want to provide towers in two locations that are almost within 500 feet of each other. So of course, we want to try and consolidate that to one tower. And of course, trying to find a solution for getting the equipment from two service providers to cover that territory. Because again, Spectrum can only handle so much traffic, but if we have multiple service providers riding on one tower, it's going to provide a better network experience, especially for internet access for those throughout the Navajo Nation. And that kind of concludes everything I have for right now, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, presenters and colleagues at this time. Is there any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue. No one's requested or texted in. Okay. Well, thank you then. Thank you very much to the presenters from Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission. Let's move on down to NTUA Choice Wireless.
Good afternoon, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. This is Belina Sosi. I'm wondering if Arash is on the phone. All right. So thank you again, Mr. Speaker, as well as council delegates of the Navajo Nation. My name is Belina Sosi. I am the General Manager for NTUA Wireless. Adona Anshlanigi a Twitchi Ninchlo Tachi Bashichin Kia Ani Dashichedo Twatsohni Aya Dashanada Aya Astaninchla. I'd like to thank everybody for being on the call today and allowing us some time to give this presentation. And I'm going to share my screen. If I can pull it up here and give me a second here. I also have Neil Broyles, who's on the call from NTUA, as well as Moosh Ansari, who is also with NTUA. Neil and Moosh, if you'd like to introduce yourself, please do so while I bring this, share my screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mushtaba Ansari. I go by the name Moosh, and I've been working with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for on and off since 2009. I was the project manager for the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 and helped design and integrate the NTUA fiber and microwave systems, as well as incorporating the cellular traffic into the NTUA NOC. And I'm pleased and wonderful, happy that I get to listen in on this very important topic of broadband. Thank you.
Hello, this is Neil Broyles. I'm the Communication Systems Manager with NTUA. I've got overall responsibility of the NTUA network. Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you, Neil and Moosh. Again, thank you, Speaker, as well as the Navajo Nation Council and all those who are listening in. This is NTUA and NTUA Wireless's presentation. I'd like to start off with saying that we just finished the CARES projects and jumping into another set of projects that's very exciting for the Navajo Nation. Just to recap, CARES, we just built out 85 sites that 102 were funded for. And we did that in 4 months, whereas traditionally it takes a 3 to 4 years to build these sites out. We believe that the plan we are about to present to you is a solid start for projects funded by the ARPA. However, we are still adding some of these sites to the list. Until legislation is passed, there will be changes to the plan, including changes to the schedule. As you'll see, and everyone received a copy, everyone from council received a copy, the proposed plan shows projects that we spread out over the course of the next 3 years. And in this plan, we've identified new tower bills, fiber bills to existing sites, as well as chapter houses and or schools, 30 fiber to the home bills, so 30 housing complexes that we will identify, and device swap out program that will upgrade the customer services so that they have a better experience with their internet. The 55 new tower bills that you see on the list over the 3 years are requests that we've received from council delegates, chapter officials and community members, as well as schools, superintendents who have asked for those sites so that they can have students who are living in those communities continue their education. The proposed fiber to the home project is huge for the Navajo Nation. So for the first time, this is an integrated project and a plan that's being proposed, and we are aggressively working on our assessments to get that going. I also want to speak to some of the challenges we anticipate. NNTRC Executive Director Chris Vicente spoke to it. Our teams are working diligently to identify projects that require right-of-way and site lease agreements. Council should expect some discussions and requests in the near future regarding right-of-way and site lease agreements. Again, this is all very exciting. We just finished up CARES projects. We just got done building it, and we see the ARPA as an opportunity to expand on the existing coverage and create opportunities for further build out. Even after ARPA, building a sound and stable infrastructure that supports the Navajo Nation's educational facilities, businesses, healthcare facilities, public safety, of course, virtual learning, telehealth, and entrepreneurship is our goal. We've done this before under strict deadlines and reporting, and we also have the expertise and have shown that we are capable of finishing this project. The ARPA funding will provide an opportunity to expand on what is already existing here. And we believe that this is a solid start. So I'm going to scroll down just to show some of the sites. We have it identified by council delegate, the chapters, the description of the projects, the total projects, and we split that out by state, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, the cost, and then split out the cost by state also. So this is year one project list. And as you'll see that in year one, we've identified 15 new towers, 22 fiber build outs, and 10 fiber to the home, and 5,000 hardware swap outs for year one. And for year two, once again, we have 20 new towers that we would like to build, 21 fiber build outs, 10 fiber to the homes, and 3,000 hardware swap outs. And for year three, we've identified 22 sites as new tower build outs, 53 fiber builds, 10 more fiber to the homes, and 3,000 hardware swap outs. So a total, we anticipate 57 new towers, 96 fiber build outs, 30 housing complexes for direct fiber builds to the homes, and a total of 11,000 device swap outs or new technology installed. And I'd like to ask Moosh and Neil if they have anything to add, and I'm not sure if Arash has joined also, but Moosh, Neil, and Arash, you have anything to add?
This is Neil. I just want to go back to Chris Vicente's comments. This is a 3-year plan, and in order to execute the plan right away, and the acquirement of right away becomes critical because the number of towers, so that property has to be put under right away, and then to build all of these fiber builds and the fiber to the home projects. And so an expedited right-of-way process is really needed in order to accomplish this project. With a lot of the projects, as far as the fiber builds, we'll use the existing NTUA electric structure. So there are, for the most part, electric right-of-ways there, and we're basically attaching mostly to those structures that are already there. And so I would hope that that would be a very easy right-of-way process. The new builds where there is not electric infrastructure, then, you know, I understand we have to go in and survey and do arc and bio, but hopefully we'll have an expedited right-of-way process for that as well. And same for the tower sites. The tower sites, we're talking about a 100-foot by 100-foot piece of property. And so it's not a big footprint. And hopefully we can expedite the processes necessary to make this project successful. Thank you.
And Helena, this is Mish. Just to add to that, earlier in our in the conversation, Mr. Vicente had mentioned a site called Tohajale, and I believe that in year one in our plan is to go ahead and upgrade and build a new tower at that that particular location.
Thank you, Moosh, and thank you, Neil. Arash, are you on the call? Do you have anything to add?
Yes. Hello, Valina, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Arash Moalami, General Counsel for NTUA. I hope I'm not on mute. But yeah, Valina did a great job of explaining the collaborative NTUA slash NTUAW proposal. And just like we reported with the water, wastewater, electric, and solar grid proposals, this is a 36-month proposal. So for year one, it's months 1 through 12. So if we get the reward in August of this year, if NTUA is awarded, we're looking to do it's a 36-month program. And as Neil mentioned, and I'm sure other folks on the call earlier mentioned, one of the critical components of the broadband, the project listing is getting the approvals, the rights of way, and the tower site leases in place timely. That is actually one of the most critical items on the for our projects. If you would ask us what's our most critical path, a critical issue that we have to overcome, it would be the approvals. So we're aware of it. We just want to have and work with the nation to have a expedited process. And I know that Speaker Damon asked for NTUA and others to provide suggestions, and those suggestions will be forthcoming fairly soon. Our team is working on those recommendations and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Arash, Moosh, and Neil. Speaker, that concludes our presentation on our side, and we're open to questions.
Great, thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Delegate James.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable James.
Was a hard copy presentation emailed out to us?
Did you get it? No, we didn't. We did not receive this document.
We can send it out. I will say that it is part of the NTUA's presentation on Monday includes these, the PDF includes these, the broadband presentation, but we can definitely resend that out.
Okay, great. As soon as we get that, Arash, we'll send it out to our colleagues and members of the Naabik'íyáti.
Yeah, my apologies. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna move on down. Honorable Otto So.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'm on the interweb, so Arash, good afternoon, and Ms. Sosi, all presenters related from NTUA. First of all, for working hard to meet the deadline in Tuba City. My community there really appreciates the hard work that NTUA has done to meet the deadline of providing the backbone structure for the fiber optic, and the hospital and the schools and the shopping plazas there at Tuba City really are it's something that is very instrumental, and I am very, very happy. Looking at times when I was a little boy to today, having that fiber in the community, Tuba City, really, really, really makes me think that we came a long way in that community. And I see the same possibilities for other communities that don't have fiber out there in their communities. But nonetheless, I did into the fiber team and the and leadership of NTUA. I just would like to say that to see if we could move forward to look at other areas of the dark zones that we could serve in our communities, whether it's in my community in Tuba City, or it's a community in Chinle, or there in Ganado, or here in Window Rock, Hayashi Fiber and Das Tige. Where can we expand the extension of fiber to enhance economic development, community development, and infrastructure development for those communities? I really, really want to request that NTUA work with the chapters directly. I know that we cannot extend fiber right now to every community and every community and every aspects on the Navajo Nation, but where is it economically feasible that we can do it? I guess we need to start looking at that. And then the other is that the schools, how can we get these schools connected? And AEC and AEC even, yeah, and that was one of my uh, um, 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 goals there in Tuba City with the team that came together at Tuba City and within TUA and our neighboring tribe, because our neighboring tribe was a key component, because if we didn't get the right of way from the Hopi tribe and having that leadership to leader, government to government relationship with the Hopi tribe there at the village of Mount Hopi, we wouldn't have that fiber bill, that wouldn't have been possible. And I really, really extend the gratitude to the people who were on the forefront of that at the local level, the chapter, the 8 to 5 workers, the paperwork pushers, I don't that with NTUA, so you've been on those calls, and things can happen if you can work together and things like that, and that is just a great example, working with our neighboring tribe to get a right-of-way approval through through a jurisdiction area where Navajo don't have jurisdiction, and we worked hard at it. That's all I can say. Anything is possible. The dark zone, I see really want to move forth, because those are very critical. We're still in the pandemic, in this pandemic now. Looking at the teacher housings, they're at the all across the Navajo Nation. So, for instance, like in Tuba City, the teacher housing at the Tuba City boarding school, the teacher housing for at the Tuba City public school, the teacher housing for the Tuba City Gray Hills area, because they're the essential workers.
and then where our government homes are at, where we have tribal homes that are like here in Window Rock, where our tribal employees who are police officers or prosecutors or Department of Justice lawyers live, and our division directors and our managers that have these homes that could they could have this service to work from home. We need to start looking at that and as a greater outlook in those communities. But that's just one area that I really want to stress, and I'm here to assist you guys with the expansion in Tuba City, and to start bringing in people back to the table again. And I know that from the beginning, there wasn't people individuals didn't want to work together, but we really had to drag them into the conversation. But once it took off, in Johnny, and we had that groundbreaking, we had that ribbon cutting there in Tuba City, and I really appreciate it. And then your contractors that expanded those services. So I really appreciate NTUA's work and you guys' due diligence, Arash and Valina, Sosi, ko what ko and show. Doloro Egon he ka jet on the but he needs no addition. I don't what ego so it from the local leadership. Yan Sada Kiso Yada Tito, the expansion, and just want to allow request that Tuba City NTUA continue that good communication with my chapter there in Tuba City to try to expand out into the dark areas where we can expand fiber for the economical purpose, community development purpose, and the health purpose. But yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Arbata. So with that, let's move on back down onto the floor. I have Honorable Vince James. Honorable James?
Another speaker, and then members of the council. Although audience, in regards to broadband, I had several questions for Mr. Brent Nelson and then Chris and NTUA, but I just wanted to finish all the presentation before I raise my questions. But in regards to NTUA, I know that NTUA Choice Wireless, you guys are doing your best to providing the service out to many other regions throughout the nation. First, I'd like to thank you guys for also upgrading the towers. And so with that, we do have some upgraded towers in my districts, and then also new towers that went up. And one of the factors was of how quick of a response in case wildfires happen and so forth down the line of that spectrum of providing those kind of internet service. And that's the case for throughout the whole nation when emergencies arise, and we're not well prepared for any such emergencies, natural disasters, or such sorts of towers to communicate with each other. And we continue to go round and round, and one of these days we're going to end up facing some kind of big emergency, and we're going to be fiddling our thumbs just like what we did at Wood Springs fire. It took some time to collaborate and to communicate with each other to provide that broadband service, to provide that internet service. And if all of those had been upgraded and if the communication was better through broadband, would the fire eventually have gone that far, or would it have gone that huge, is one of the questions that I always have. Or if we had better broadband service, we might not have lost any infrastructures, any homes in that areas. So with that, I know that there's so limited things that we continue to tell ourselves and ask our chapters. I myself, as the delegate for my 5 chapters, have been expressing to them that you guys need to identify some land sites and identify some lands to be withdrawn for broadband towers to be put in place. And I mentioned this to Cup C committee members at the chapters as well. Identify some land areas. We continue to go in that forefront of so many red tapes to make those land withdrawals with whatever department it is within the nation, whether it is historical preservation, whether it's archaeology, all the surveys that take place, and BIA and so forth. But we continue to go round and round regarding broadband, and we continue to provide that lack of service of broadband. And my question to you as NTUA is, have you guys worked with any of the chapters to inform any of the chapters of where some good land withdrawal should take place for broadband towers? Has that discussion been made with chapters? Because with my 5 chapters that I represent, the 5 chapters have told me, NTUA hasn't come to us to identify or recommend any land sites or land to be withdrawn for broadband tower. It's always been vice versa, to where NTUA requests for a resolution from the chapter, but with land withdrawal. But when that land withdrawal happens, there's always those particular items that are in place, the red tape, and then, well, NTUA said this, NTUA said we can't put a tower there because there's no close power line, whatever it is. There's always something that comes up. And so that's the reason why I'm asking, has NTUA reversely come to the chapters and informed the chapters these are some prime identified areas for land withdrawal for broadband towers? And me and Manila, we continue to hear Manila, Honorable Kealan Begay, we continue to hear our constituents with lack of broadband service in that Balik Mesa area, through that valley, in Talane and north of Steamboat, and through on top of Balik. And we've mentioned that many times, and we brought up those issues. And we have many families that are scattered way back there and that are living way back there. And in that area, north of Bishbito, we have tremendous amount of families living north of Bishbito, out on top of and around Balik Mesa. And when you drive out there, you tell yourself and ask yourself, how do these kids do their homework? How do these kids turn in their work for school? And we continue to ask ourselves, and some of them are more vigilant about riding their bikes down the dirt road around the hill to get a signal. Or if they have an ATV, UTV, whatever it is, they're driving out to Jedito or to the nearest area where they can get broadband service for school. And we continue to run into that problem, and it's just not probably in my area. It's like that throughout the nation. But when it comes to broadband, I think it's very important that we take that as a priority to provide that service. And I know my Nale Honorable Rick Nez brought up and shared the information about Arcadia. And I've always wanted to meet with Arcadia and express my thoughts about with that smart highway from the state of Arizona. I know Arcadia has a map in their presentation showing that smart highway, the fiber optical going through Flagstaff, 2x City, through Kayenta. But in reality, what happened to us here on 191 possibly from Chambers all the way up to through Ganado, through Burnside, through Chinley, Mini Farms, into Red Mesa. We have so many Navajo families, so many Navajo children that live in that along that 191 route, that live along that 264 highway. And I've always wanted to address this need to Arcadia to see if they would be willing to provide some sort of information on what is the possibility of amending or making that request to legislators down to the state of Arizona to see if they can run that fiber optical. Have you as NTUA done that or thought about that, or have you guys as NTUA suggested or written a supporting letter? If not, doing a supporting letter for that fiber optical, running it from Chambers through Ganado, Chinle, and up onto the rest of the routes, the rest of the communities there, and how it would significantly assist many Navajo families and Navajo children that live around that highway stretch, 191 and 264. So those were my thoughts. Have you guys taken that into consideration? Has that been looked at by NTUA to see how it would service the many Navajo families? And that goes for Chris Vicente, excuse me, and then also for Mr. Brent Nelson as well. Is there some sort of letter or supporting letter that we can take down to the lawmakers down in the state of Arizona to make that recommendation, to offer that recommendation to the lawmakers down in the state of Arizona? Because I believe it's very important, and I know my Honorable Key Allen Begay has been fighting for that as well, that smart highway from I-40 Chambers up into his regions and then into Shinalet, Honorable Charlene So's area. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. Let me move down. Honorable Keon Begay. Shay, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Shay.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Nana. Ado kudo nahazna into a ado bahate seha kudo shandale ya hadzi aspek ahona hajodle dole. But I think the listing for into a is not complete the way I see it. Especially if you're looking at the 5 chapters that you're representing. And I believe that NTUA can do more than proposing, helping each of the 110 chapters more, I guess, with more services that could be available locally. Coming back to the 5 chapters that I represent, again, Low Mountain currently only has the COW, but I appreciate the listing for the first year. Now, on the second one, even on the second year and the third year, it only has the Mausolini. But the most important other chapter that I'm representing is Tilana Cottonwood. I don't know if you've read the papers in TUA. There was an article in the Navajo Time about a month ago of a family making some type of a barrier or foxhole type on top of a hill, just so that their kids can be online to attend school. So if that particular chapter is making news, but yet NTUA is not even aware of it, troubles me. And I believe that I submitted a memo almost a month ago, and I believe some chapters had submitted their resolution asking NTUA and other cell carriers to do an engineered assessment of these other location within the chapter that still needs other services. To expand the cell service into those areas. Solana Cottonwood is divided in 3 sections. The northern part, which is farther north into Fish Point area, and then you got the Cottonwood area along the N4, the road from the Four Corners area all the way into Blue Gap Station. And then the one on the southern part, where Mr. Rich James had mentioned, that whole valley, the north side, the east side, along 191, and then on the southern part is the 264 in Burnside area. And if you go all the way up north into N4, that whole valley needs a tower. So I'm not sure how you came up with this listing, and I continue and will continue to say, and this is maybe a recommendation, Speaker, all these programs, especially the enterprises, will need to go back to each of the chapter. And during their report, they need to maybe say that this is how we're working directly with the chapter, with the need of each of the area that they're asking funding. That the base that your kid ki Naabik'íyáti then partners because that did ago because the hospital na ko on ha ni recommend in na base of it saton handit so to ni ki license and I believe that some of these are just other projects that were being developed prior. Right now, with these funding that's going to be coming, I think the nation will receive enough funding to cover the nation corner to corner if we work at it, Coco. Otherwise, a lot of our chapters are still going to be left out. So, Speaker, Kodo, Kodo, Bana Inchka, Banda Inka. And I appreciate a lot of chapters having their broadband or internet services connected. But a lot of our chapters, especially in the NPL areas, although some of these chapters are rural, though, and the one thing that each of our enterprises needs to get away from is that is it economic feasible? A launch in the Asaki the netto household by it thought, oh, you pay so it's going to cost too much. Water line, power line, broadband, just that's a job, and why invest $1 million in this community? That's the mindset of some of our enterprises. The net the tango count that there's ego development that ask either net go a corporate natural speaker of all these individuals in every across the board of how, if they're going to be making a presentation and asking for a certain amount of funding, that they cover every corner of the Navajo Nation, no matter what. All 110 chapters has to be included, and they need to list all 110 chapters and specify the reason why that this chapter is not going to get broadband, or this chapter is not going to get a cell tower, this chapter is not going to get an upgrade. Specify that. That way, chapters, not so hey, did on that then his hot. To cut it and then not the it's been not in oh, you are that based on not that the next day, don't hit it. Then his all the enterprise, whoever is asking for funding, we go back to our chapters and inform our chapters that why isn't their project is listed, or why isn't their chapters not listed potentially to receive any funding for any of these projects. Again, I continue and will continue to iterate that each of the companies, each of their program, or each of enterprise had the least that they've done is made a call to the CSC or to the chapter and had a conversation, and based on that they produced these listings, updated listing, updated the key. And will continue speaker by non-hinge constant so while you're coordinating this meeting, we need to let these people know that they need to get all of these information directly from the chapters. And alongside the visual community development should be alongside in these discussions, because they're all the 110 chapters. 5 chapters that I represent, and I've indicated to everyone, to NTUA and Cellular One and others that are listening, if you want to expand, maybe you're the one, maybe you're the one that could help my chapters, other than NTUA and Cellular One. Maybe you can help me develop each of my chapter at the minimum needs 2 more cell towers. So that means I need 10 cell towers in my 5 chapters that I represent. So whoever's listening, reach out to me, and I can ask and beg and maybe do my best to secure these fundings for you. Maybe that's another way for me to strategize rather than trying to look to the current cell service carriers in this region. So, the speaker, the 5 chapters that I represent, and I try to do my best to talk for the whole agency and for all 5 agency and all 110 chapters. The $92 million that was given to the chapters, more than half of it was reverted back to Windorup because the majority of what they were asking for were not allowable. Now that we have 3 years, which gives us time, but that doesn't mean that we should be waiting till the last year to get these projects going. We should get them get them going as soon as possible. So speaker. So again, the key thing for me is that each of these listings, there was a coordination and a communication with each of the 110 chapters on every project that was being proposed or being developed, if they are going to be asking for fundings from the APR. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. As indicated, we are sending that memo out, and we are clarifying that, and we are going to be clarifying that not only internally, but also to the Office of President, Vice President, as indicated. One thing is that to tell the enterprises and outside entities who are wanting to pursue some kind of funding or appropriation to help out the nation, but it is up to the executive branch to move forward and take the helm on the direction of what the executive branch division directors are wanting to do, specifically on a collaborative resource and a huge task on that. We are going to make sure we're working together with the Division of Community Development. We do have that meeting. I think you're invited to that meeting on McAllen Brigade because that was your suggestion. And that's on Monday, right? And that meeting is on Monday with Dr. Yellowman advising when she does set up these agency meetings for the Navajo Nation chapters that their agency calls invite the outside entities, enterprises, and also internal divisions in order to make sure that that is reality. So thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. We're sending out that information, but please note that we can't specifically identify, but there could be a directive made tomorrow at the Naabik'íyáti committee regular meeting, Honorable Keelan Begay. Chat. With that, we move on down to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I could hear you before too as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Speaker. I don't know that members of the Naabik'íyáti, then all the people that are on the line. I don't thank you. Appreciate your report. NTAW Wireless, Choice Wireless. I don't have associate. Thank you for your report and your team there. And then, what's that? So I'd like to extend my appreciation to you, Ms. Sophie, that I just heard that you are willing to work promptly on the site agreement. So I think that's the whole up on the site of the reservation, the southwest part of the reservation, and I think the Dalcon chapter and the surrounding chapter of District 7, and they have been very active and aggressive about the broadband problems that we have and internet problems that we have, especially for the students. And as far as we're talking about the telehealth,
And then we have the Justice Center that is here with the courts, and then also with the public safety. That's the main reason they got together and they applied for a grant, and fortunately they've been awarded that. And then we had the Aquila team that came out and did the assessments. So we have a complete design built plan we have available now. So now we're taking forward to the cyber team, and we need a lot of agreement for this for your co-locations, and in order to make a complete broadband services and also wireless and internet services. So I think you are the entity that the Navajo Nation that gave you that authority to do utility service. So right now we're in need of a help. We need assistance, and we need coordination from the company to do that. And I think we are shareholders to that too, and we are the customers. We're the only Navajo, the Net people are the only customers to you. So I don't believe in somebody making money off of people. The resource that we're here, if you want to live here, if you want to work here, I don't think it should be one person benefiting off of all the resources. And as a philosophy with the Net people, hey, I want these people, the team to hear that they know we're here as the Net people. If you want to work here, if you want to be part of the Net people, if you want to help, there's nobody who's going to be getting benefit on their own. That we need people that can come out here and have the passion and the heart to help out. And that's what we pray for. That's what we want for the people. And that's what the whole Navajo Nation is all about. So that's what I wanted to hear from you, from the NTUA, is that, I think it's time for us to start coordinating and collaborating on this broadband system and try to get to all the people that are in need, not just only people in the cluster areas and along the road. We're looking at people that are out in the rural, remote areas. They're the ones that are in need. So that's what the Aquila and then the team of it from the Alcon chapters and the surrounding 5 other chapters. That's what we came about, and we got Aquila on the team. So I just want to share it with you. I wanted to know when can that sharing of that at the site location is going to happen. I think we're beyond that to where you should give us a date. We can start doing this. So that's what maybe my question to that is, when are you anticipating to start working on this site agreement? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, Honorable Brigade, let me go back down to the floor to Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then I'll come back to the presenters. Honorable Brown. Floor is yours at this time. Good afternoon.
Yate, good afternoon, Speaker. Yate, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you. This is a really good conversation, a good presentation. So first, I've been working again, as well as my other colleagues with my team here in Chilchimbito, Danahoto, and Kayenta, and the Kayenta Township, and other organizations to help in bringing additional funding, outside funding from Navajo Nation. So these are grants that we are writing. And again, I have a great team who have been thinking outside the box and working really hard every day on bringing broadband to our Navajo families, to our students who need broadband. So I know that the response that we got from NTUA was, we are sorry, we cannot help at this time. And we were really disappointed when we offer help. We were thinking that you're overwhelmed over there at NTUA with broadband and all the moving parts. So what we were trying to do was bring some relief, some aid with some actually professors who are specifically experts in this area of study. But we have, my team said, we will continue to work with others. So it sounds like this might be a little bit too much for NTUA. And I think it is time that we, the nation, needs to invest in others. And this is to bring help. Competition is healthy for the economy. I think competition would be really healthy for the Navajo in broadband and electricity. I do appreciate the work, but at this time and moment, today going forward, we would need all the help. And I hope that this is not an offense to NTUA, but I hope that it is thinking creatively. I know that Mr. Haas and his team have been thinking creatively, but I think there's a little pivot that needs to happen from NTUA on this, which would really benefit, because at the end of the day, again, in our positions as council, we speak for our people and we're advocating for our people as well. We're all in the same boat. And I know that that is what NTUA is also working towards. So we want to help. So that's, I'm hearing this from my other colleagues also. So how can we meet on this? And also I'm looking at, I did send an email out to NTUA also. I did have a family who live on Tlatlachit. There's Red Point Mesa between Danahoto and Baby Rocks. And there's families that live up there, and there's a water storage tank up there. There's families that have reached out to me who live up there. They offer their land and they said, please come up here, have them build a tower so my children, our children in this area can log on to their classrooms. So I did send that email out, and I know that we'll we did send we do have resolutions that we have passed this past year and last year and the year before that also. So those should be forwarded to the offices. And also I'm looking at the listing here. I'm looking at the Kayenta, and I know we had a meeting with recently Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission and Kayenta Township, and we are looking at the Kayenta project where it's in year 3. But I just wanted to say if we can look at that and move that to year 1. I know that Kayenta Township is working daily on this. They are actually, with the work that they're doing, they've worked on their feasibility study, and they also sent in the proposal to NTUA and the Regulatory Commission also. Also looking at the listing, I know that the fiber goes through, my communities here in Danahoto and Kayenta, and our people here are asking if they're using ARPA funds, can we are let's work on connecting homes. I know that the Danahoto chapter is connected right now and the store, but we want to continue to work on connecting homes here in our area and in Kayenta and Chilchimbito. I know Chilchimbito, they do have good connection there as well. So I appreciate and applaud the work, Chris, for your work and your team meeting with AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile as well. So I did get a text message that AT&T went live in Kayenta community about 3. I can hear the hosts. Okay, you muted yourself. Thank you for that. I'm looking at all you guys too. I'm gonna unmute. Just kidding. Koho, I know that the other thing that before, when we were trying to get landline to different parts of in Danahoto specifically, we've had resolutions to where people have opted into, when it was requested from NTUA, they requested we needed someone with a home site lease. And we did have several people volunteer. And then another hiccup there was a matter of Frontier coming in, and the polls were that it would cost too much to pay NTUA to use their telephone poles. So if you can please give me an update on the costs of that, would that be a monthly fee, and how much would our people be charged for that? But again, if we are using, and if we have used CARES Act funding and now ARPA funds, how much will our people be charged? Again, if you can also distinguish between two. Number one would be our people, their homes getting service, fiber optic. Would they be charged, and how much after using the ARPA funds? And then secondly will be businesses in our areas and our communities through the whole Navajo Nation. How much would they be charged after ARPA funds are being used also? So, and I think this is where we need to work on waiving some of the right-of-way fees. I mean, we have been doing that for NTUA also. Navajo Nation has been waiving these right-of-way fees for NTUA, and I think we need to work with NTUA on lowering some of these costs. So I do see the business side of this, that we don't want NTUA to go bankrupt. We understand that you have to make money, but if you are using our people's money, so please look at this from the point of view NTUA, your board, and everyone from NTUA that's listening, that the fundings that are coming are our people's money. These individuals, especially people who are struggling to have connectivity and paying their bills, these ARPA fundings and CARES Act funding, these fundings are here and are coming because of them. And then in addition to that, if you're charging them more funding, it does not make sense. And I think we're defeating the purpose of ARPA funds and helping during these hard times. Of all times, if you could incentivize our people using these funds, where I think more people can continue to sign up for wireless. So if we could work together, and again, I really did hope that we would work together, as well as myself as a council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and my colleagues. I think we have really voted in bringing grants and funds to, and then also waiving right-of-way fees for NTUA. So the list goes on, right? And how much more do you want us to waive? How much more do you want us? And then at the same time, you're charging our people when you know the unemployment rate is really high, when our students are having a hard time. So I think we need to, I'm glad this discussion is happening, and we'll continue to follow up with this. I do see my colleagues' concern. I do hear them, and I'm seeing the bigger picture right now on how basically the impacts to our Navajo families. We ourselves, working from home, we do have the same issues and problems with connectivity. The main thing is, again, the fundings are being provided to NTOA and other organizations, other enterprises. I do hope that the board is listening, and the board is having a hard time. Okay, I think if the board is listening and creating other ways and means on working with Navajo 501c3s, chapters, other Navajo-owned companies in building some of this. So my chapters are moving forward, and I don't know how to express. I did send the email out about my disappointment in NTUA, and I haven't heard back from the office yet. So I hope that you do understand the frustration of myself, and I'm speaking on behalf of my community members who I represent, and I see them. I invite you, out here. I've had students at 10 o'clock at night messaging me that it's really cold and windy, and they're sitting outside by driving, trying to download their college work. After all, we keep encouraging them to continue their higher education, but these are some of the roadblocks that are here. But again, I will continue to work with NTUA and all the enterprises. It is not for myself that I'm doing this work. It is for the people. And I'm trying my best. And I'm reaching out to other universities, other organizations, and I'll continue to do this. So I'm not just saying this, and I'm not just telling you to do, I am also doing my part the best way that I can. And I'm not an expert in this field as well. So any type of help would be appreciated. So yeah, I do have a lot more to add, but I will stop there. Yeah, until thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to the presenters at this time.
Hello, this is Arash. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, good. Thank you. And thank you to all the delegates, Delegate So, James, Delegate Keila Begay, Elmer Begay, and Delegate Brown for your comments. And it's helpful for us, to hear these. And I know there's, it's a big, broadband is a big, it's a big area to cover, and it's extremely important, especially through this pandemic. So I'll try to answer some of the questions, and then kind of at a global view to see how we can work together. NTUA can work with the chapters and with the communities to make sure that their needs are heard, and we at least take into account their needs within their communities when we're doing these plans. With Delegate So, you're right that, as I mentioned before, one of the key components of these projects is working collaboratively with governments, with the Navajo Nation government, and with your project, the Hopi tribal government, to get the rights of way and approvals in place. And that'll continue with all these projects, especially with the CARES Act. It was, a very extremely time-sensitive initiative. And even, when we talk about 3 years for the for the ARP Act or the ARPA, it sounds like a long time, but when you actually start the process, it goes by very, very quickly. Some of these projects, we're developing, we've already developed, and some of them, we're in the implementation stages. So everything has to be expedited in order to make sure that we meet that timeline, that deadline of the end of 2024. So we're aware of those. I do want to mention that there is, and this is not related to ARPA, but there is I'm going to let Neil just give more detail on the program, but NTUA/Nation was awarded I don't know if it's federal or state funding to provide fiber to chapter houses. And Neil, do you want to give a little more information on that program? This is not ARPA funding, but I know that a lot of the questions raised were related to getting services to chapters and to local chapter houses. Neil, can you provide some context on that award?
Yes, that goes back to what Brent Nelson was talking about, the E-rate program, which is a federal program, and then the states have put up 10%, at least in Arizona that I know of. And the E-rate program, since the chapter houses are recognized as libraries, the federal funding will pay to have fiber built. It's competitively bid. So NTUA was awarded some of the Navajo Nation Consortium sites, and then other providers were awarded some of the other sites. With the CARES Act funding, NTUA deployed 41 Wi-Fi hotspots, so students would have a place to go to access the internet. And I forget the exact number, but around 10 of those locations were chapter houses that we built the fiber to. And so we're prepared to extend the fiber into those chapter houses as part of the E-rate program. One thing Arash hit on is the timing on these projects. The intent of these projects, the tower locations themselves, it's fine that a chapter or a community wants a tower, and that's good, but the tower location is based upon a radio frequency study, and the best location, the height of the tower, all of that is determined, and then the location is selected based on the best coverage that that tower is going to provide. So it's basically the number of homes that that tower can reach with the RF signal, and that determines the location of the tower. The intent of these projects are to provide broadband across the Navajo Nation and complete the projects within the 3-year time window. I know, if you look at 2024, it's 3.5 or more, 3.5 years, but there's going to be a lot of prep work. And so we focused on getting what are the projects that we can get done in the 3-year period and provide broadband across the Navajo Nation. And with that, we came up with about 55 towers, new towers, in addition to the existing NTUA towers to provide that broadband coverage. And then the fiber builds to extend the fiber into communities to provide an opportunity in the future to extend that fiber to the homes. And then we identified the communities that within the 3-year time period, we would be able to get fiber to the community and distribute that fiber to the homes in the community with the fiber to the home projects. And so that's the basis of this 3-year plan for these projects, is to get broadband across the entire Navajo Nation, to extend the fiber into communities so that we can build out for future fiber to the home, and to deliver fiber to the home within the 3-year window. And, you know, the more densely populated or the closer the homes are together in a community, the quicker the fiber can be deployed to the home. The tower locations, we have latitude and longitude for the tower locations, almost all of them listed here. I would say 85 to 90% of the tower locations have been identified by lat and long, and those locations were selected based upon the RF studies, or the radio frequency study, so that we could maximize reaching the most homes by placing the tower in that location, and get them completed in the 3-year time window. I am sure, you know, due to the terrain and the huge rocks in the area, will it reach 100% of every home on the Navajo Nation? Probably not. And we will have to come back later and build smaller towers, monopoles, to connect to the existing towers that this project provides, and extend that coverage around these rough terrain areas so that we can get around rocks to areas that, you know, are basically the RF signal is blocked. As far as the pricing, you know, the waiving of right-of-way fees, especially on towers, okay, because we're talking about building towers in areas that the population itself will not sustain that tower, just to be frank about the matter. And, you know, if the right-of-way fees were not waived, then it makes it even less sustainable. And by sustainable, it goes back to, I apologize, I forget the gentleman's name from the NNTRC. He talked about the operation and maintenance of the tower. It's one thing to get an asset placed onto the Navajo Nation, but you want to sustain that asset for 20, 30 years, especially if it's a tower, because the life of a tower is about 30 years, and then you have to invest additional capital. And so you want to be able to operate and maintain those assets, not just get them deployed. And that goes back to the waiving of the right-of-way fees. We had CARES Act projects that did not get completed because we could not get a Navajo Nation lease because the fees were not waived. And without the waiving of those fees, in a lot of these locations, the tower is just not sustainable over a 20 or 30-year period. As far as what the prices for broadband will be, I'll have to defend also for the wireless broadband as well as the fiber to the home. I would have to defer that to Belina. I construct and operate, maintain, and but Belina, I don't know if they have the prices developed or not, but I'd have to defer to Belina on that. But the real critical part here is the 3-year window to get the projects done. And the projects listed, we can get done in a 3-year time period. And we believe that broadband will be provided across the Navajo Nation with these projects. Thank you very much.
And Neil, I'll just add on to that a little bit regarding, and one thing we looked at for and this is more direct to a direct benefit to a Navajo, a family or a home, is we try to find ways where we can, with this ARPA, with the CARES Act, to provide direct broadband, direct internet to homes, and trying to lower the cost. So what we did as part of our plan, once you get a chance to look at our spreadsheet, is we do the broadband hardware switch out to improve the internet. And really the value of that equipment is directly going to benefit the actual customer, because they won't have to pay for that actual modem or hardware anymore. So that'll be covered. That'll improve internet, and that'll provide a better signal and better internet connection. And it directly benefits each household. So we have to do the swap out to homes and to businesses so that they won't have to pay either for a modem or that hardware themselves, or they won't have to pay a monthly rental fee or whatever you want to call it for that equipment. So that's going to be a direct benefit to the actual homes, as well as the fiber to the home projects. That's a direct connection to the homes as well. And then the lower of the actual modem equipment cost. And, on a global level, we look at, for NTUA, obviously we cover multi-utilities, water, wastewater, electric, solar, natural gas, utility generation, and then broadband. So, as Neil mentioned, our goal in all of this is to, provide services to as much of the Navajo Nation as possible. For our broadband, and this I'll call it, this proposal is about for 55 towers for the fiber to the home and all of our projects here. We have an estimated cost of about $220 million thus far. And if we look at the other projects, for NTUA as a whole, it's about $1.1 billion for all of the other projects. So, it's just the context of, of the challenges and the needs that we're facing is, it's large, and we're trying to, break it up piece by piece and try to, actually take out a big chunk I think we took out a chunk with CARES Act, and we're hoping to take out a bigger chunk with ARPA and other funding opportunities. So, we'll continue to do that and try to work with, and do our part in working with communities as well. And if you don't hear from us, let us know, and we'll have to be more responsive in that respect. Thank you.
Arash, this is Valina, if I can add to that. So in terms of the pricing right now, we have broadband speeds up to 25.3 that we're offering at $65 per month. And we are working on a premium plan that will offer up to 100 download and 20 up speeds. So we'll have that premium plan rolled out soon. In terms of fiber to the home, we estimate that we will deploy 30 plus fiber to the homes complexes, targeting 7,500 homes. Based on our best estimate, we will have a 2/3 rate, take rate, or 5,000 homes served. Assuming that the funding is approved by July 2021 this year, we will start deploying in 2022, 23, and 24. We estimate that we will have a little over 1,250 homes served in 2022, 1,750 additional homes served in 2023, and 2,000 additional homes in 2024, with a residential offering of 100 megabits per second, 500 megs, and then 1 gig download speeds. Now, we haven't done a cost study yet. NTUA, we're working with NTUA to deploy the Navajo Nation Housing and NTUA Housing as a pilot program to determine some of those costs and how it will be used by the end user. So we're going to do that study to determine what the cost would be. Also, there was a question about going back to the chapters, the 55 tower sites that we have added to the list. Those are all requests that we have received from council delegates. We've met with a few chapter officials, and during their chapter meetings in the community, we've engaged them in some of the coverage maps. What area would you like to see covered? Where are there more homes? Are there more homes this side or on that side? We've done those studies with the chapter officials and community members in some of those sites, and we've also received some letters from community members directly. For example, Castle Buttes is a perfect one. They've been writing us a letter for a couple of years now, and with ARPA, we see the opportunity to build a tower for them there. So those are direct contacts that were made from the community members, and we're listening, and we took all of those into account. And then in response to Delegate Begay regarding Aquila, we'd be happy to incorporate some of your design results into our efforts with NT-Way coverage. So, we need to have a separate dialogue to try to set up a date where we can, listen to each side's proposals and see where we can go from there. Thank you, Arash.
Thank you. Does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very
Yes,
much.
it does. Thank you.
Let's move on down. This is who I have in the queue at this time. Colleagues, just if you're joining us, we are having a Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session today. And in this work session, we are covering two different initiatives. One of them is broadband infrastructure, and the other is education. We did hear from Navajo Nation Cyber Team, Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission. We are here now listening to NT-Way Choice Wireless. I do have now in the queue Honorable Otto So, Chairman Daniel So, Honorable Eugene So, and Honorable Yellow Hair. They're up ready next and available to speak. After that, colleagues, just as a note, time now is 2:10. We still haven't got to Sacred Winds, Frontier Communications, or started the discussion on education. Just keep that in mind again, colleagues. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith, could you put me in the queue, please? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair Smith, we'll have you in the queue. Put you in the sheep corral. So, this understanding with NT-Way and it really makes me think that there's only a few delegates that really advocate on their behalf in these areas, and you have sort of like not the same delegate, but in Western Navajo, NT-Way and the other telecommunication services that are on the line, there's a conversation with the county doing a feasibility study, Coconino County doing a feasibility study to extend the fiber from Gray Mountain. Cameron may have it, but that fiber line is, I believe, linked with Century Link, and they want to bring that fiber up along Highway 89 into the connection to the city of Page. And I believe with Navajo, we need to look at that. If that is a viable project that we could try to fund, that's another area that we need to communicate with that entity, because I believe they're already going through their studies on that, and I believe it will require collaboration between NT-Way to that area, because when you look at the projects, NT-Way talks about projects in that area of gap relating to fiber. But if Century Link is coming through the Navajo Nation, I'd rather connect to Century Link, because My son has CenturyLink in Kitlande Jolka. He pays about $71 a month, and that's just as a ballpark figure. And you know, he has his internet services. Johnny, to hadit Adam it's not nilkola. To hadit Adam it's not that's just another word. I think if we can welcome CenturyLink or whoever that service provider is on the Western Navajo Nation, that will create competition, what some of the delegates are speaking to. And then with Tuba City, with Arizona Public Service coming in, I believe CenturyLink already has some sort of an agreement with Arizona Public Service, and CenturyLink can come into Tuba City also. And but again, this is something that I want to inform NTUA and the other providers that are on the line that's the conversation that's going on in Western Navajo. And I believe those agreements they're being worked on at this time. And CenturyLink will be moving forth with their services through along the corridor of Highway 89 through the Navajo Nation, starting from Gray Mountain all the way into Cameron, into Junction 89, 160 to Gap and to Page. And that's going to be really, really vital to Honorable Paul Begay's area, because you have Tuba City right on top of there. Tuba City has approved a lease for the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation, which is on Tuba City chapter boundary area. For that health effort and for the economical effort for that region. It will very well benefit that area. That is the ongoing collaboration between the county and the state of Arizona out there.
Thank you, Honorable. So with that, we go on down. Chairman Daniel So, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel. Hello?
Hello? Thank you. Chairman Daniel So, are you on the line?
Okay, I was muted. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I grew up in the era where there was a lot of radicalism. And so in that aspect, during that time, young people came up with alternative names. Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Could we then dub it the Irregulatory Commission? One, I had an email from NTUA saying that they were going to set up a mobile cell tower in the Rican Marcus area, basically to serve the students that attend Nutniljin Jiolkat BI a contract school, a grant school, and then to serve the students that go to Cuba independent schools. And lo and behold, Mr. Vicente gets involved, and suddenly the cell tower disappears. The planning and for the placement of that cell tower disappears. And regarding that, it just seems like it's a good old-fashioned young man instituting Navajo politics at its lowest level. And I'm very concerned. That's why I'm saying the Telecommunications Irregulatory Commission. The other aspect is we're hearing that this broadband initiatives, the inception is 3 years, and there'll be phases. Naturally, the folks closest to Windarot will get the most immediate attention. For me, right now, students are experiencing low performance. In fact, I got a text from an instructor that basically said of 30 students enrolled, 4 are going to pass. And for me, that's this year. And all the presenters are saying, oh, we'll phase it in, it'll be 2024. That's what, 2.5 years of students not having internet connectivity, more years of having low performance or no performance. And for me, as chair of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, I really feel like the cyber team, the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, Mr. Vicente, NTUA, it's unconscionable that you're saying, oh, we'll go in this direction. No alternative. But again, that aspect of flipping the switch. Pay the fees for those chapters that don't have the connectivity, or again, those that are at the end of the line in getting this fiber optics, the broadband accessibility. Pay those fees for those chapters. That is what I'm demanding. No longer asking, no longer being a good guy. I'm demanding that the cyber team present NABI with a plan that involves both the instant accessibility and then the plan where you're going to slowly trench hundreds of thousands of miles of reservation land to bring about fiber optics. That is, and then also to get the necessary uplink and downlink for the broadband. So in that aspect, it's like, it's just unbelievable. We have some of the most intelligent folks, but it just seems like the common everyday aspect of getting interconnectivity is just hooking up with Starlink. For me, that's the plan that you folks are all purporting to be the way to go. I just don't buy into it. And like I said, as chair, there are hundreds, tens of thousands of young people that don't have the necessary connectivity. Not to mention this keyword telehealth. Those of our constituency, those of our citizens that are health compromised, their accessibility to at least get a temperature reading, a blood pressure reading, a heart rate reading to their care provider is something that can be instant. But you're saying, oh, we'll phase it in a 3-year process. For me, it's, again, unconscionable that everybody's all lined up. This is the way to go. Well, that for me, that's not the way to go. There's 2 tracks to this road, and you guys are presenting a single track road. So, Speaker, little brother, I'm asking that our presenters come back with alternatives than what they're trying to convince Nabi of. And for me, like I said, I don't buy it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman, for those words. Let me go back on down to Honorable Eugene So, and I'll go back to the sponsor or the presenters. With that, Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. The floor is yours. Honorable Eugene So. Oh.
Sure. It's going to I let us try to maybe Mr. Nada Daniel. So sure. I have already stressed last year at this time regards to the CARES Act, what it's for. It's for temporary on the spot emergency. Right now, even that we tore it apart and we all the way to that so many months before we got it out of the way, and the expiration date just came up real fast on us. So I hope we don't do this again. To me, what the money is for 3 years recovery, what's your plan? Recovery plan. That is saying the yacht not all three. The yacht are internationally costs. Yacht are not eating cannot recover from what we went through. Over 1,200 or 300 of these people that passed. May they rest in peace. We just don't let them die in vain. We need to do something. This is the thing that happened to us that we never was expecting. Pandemic. That's the whole world. It's not just here on the reservation where we can say it can be changed, or we would have done it this way. There's no way of talking ifs or should have. I just call about that because we don't talk about that. We need to do something now. So now the way I always saw it was these broadband, they should go to places where it would cover the whole reservation. Only in areas where it would cover the reservation. I said, I don't done it. So that kind of an engineering needs to be done. So nobody can be absent in school or at work. They all will be there. Use this on. It's space of funding again. As the same way NTUA regards to the electricity, all kind of it's just tied up all over the place on the reservation. Just like looking at a tumbleweed. The after all the leaves are gone. It just seems that it's like that whole reservation out on that. I got one real powerful one down the street at Chinle. Can't really do anything underneath it for development. Could I don't say I got gas lines. NTU and university doesn't have that, but now it has to be moved this way and that way. That's all your plan. So we need the NTUA and all the broadband and all those people going to develop, and the whole nation needs to understand where to put them. Engineering. These buildings down in the cities, they already got a big pipe for everything, all the wires that's going to be in there for them in the future, next 100 years. So it's not it's they're already ready. And NECA should be doing it to the housing or the roads. That's going to be ready for anything that's going to change in the future. That's how we should be thinking. And that's what kind of people we should have working for us at division directors and also the entities. Christian said, we pay them. But who are they paying? How come who they're paying is not letting go except pandemic don't neither? Somebody's making money up a little bit further up. Because where the people are over here down below it, and there are some houses out there where we're going to ask for electricity, but people don't work there. They don't work. They just have as maybe a couple of sheep that they live on, a little farm, a little garden. They don't work. How are they going to pay electricity? But we still ask for their money. That's how we are on the Navajo Nation, and that's like being like I always say, we're being a contract tribe. We're not a treaty tribe no more. We don't fight with our treaty. They have trust responsibility. Just thinking about how it was when they took the people from the canyon all the way to Fort Summers. To the halls neat. Some didn't make it there. Some didn't make it back. So that's more than anything that Washington can give us. We need more than that. So but they do have that responsibility. So it's not one should just need. So what are in this case? And this thing here, it needs to be engineered, all the electrical line and all the gas line and the water line are the broadband. Now it has to cover the whole reservation where it can benefit everybody, every household on the Navajo Nation. That's how it should be engineered. And that's what I want to ask the NTUA and all the others that are putting things out there. I want to see it. I'm going to make the regiment until tomorrow or the next day. Speaker. Should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So let me go back now then to the presenters. for a response to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee.
Hello, hello, Speaker Damon. For the first question or first response for NTUA, for Delegate Otto, on the Highway 89, you were specifically mentioning a project in Highway 89, and as part of our ARPA plan, we do have a project listed in there as a fiber project from pretty much Flagstaff to Page, a fiber build-out project. Neil can provide more details on that specific project, but we have identified a project for for that build-out. And then I know there were some other questions and comments from Honorable Delegate Chair Daniel So and Eugene So, and I don't know the best way to address it, but we put together the plan, and I understand the urgency of the plan and the urgency of the needs. What we did with CARES Act and trying to get immediate services to communities is to try to do the student Wi-Fi hotspots for telehealth, for schoolwork, for individuals working remotely, and giving them a place to download assignments, turn in assignments, check COVID test results, do doctor's appointments and whatnot. So NTUA continues to have those student Wi-Fi hotspots up around the nation and where they're located. And we're endeavoring to continue that program for as long as we need to, and that could be for the indefinite future, just depending on what the needs are. So we tried to provide those services as soon as we could, and with the ARPA funds and other funding opportunities, we're looking to build out long-term solutions, but as quickly as possible. So we understand the urgency and the need for especially students and for individuals who have medical conditions. So it is it's something that we're trying to build as quickly as we can, and that's kind of how we've laid out our project listing. However, some of the things based on our project schedules and whatnot, it's going to take time. So we can try to work more quickly and use our resources more efficiently. I think we did a pretty good job. We always could do better, but with the CARES Act, we did a pretty good job of using the resources to the best of our abilities. NTUA workers work seven days a week, 10-hour days, and maximum they can work is 75-hour work weeks. And we try to utilize our resources as well as outside resources. We utilized 40 contractors. We had not everyone reported their information, but we had over 400 contractors, of which about 240 were Navajo. And we obviously went through the Priority 1 and Priority 2 requirements through the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act and the Navajo Nation Business Regulatory Department. So, we're trying to use all of our resources out there as well as our staff and outside resources, and we'll continue to do that if we're awarded any of the CARES Act dollars. I don't know if Valina or Neil have any additional comments.
Hello, this is Neil. Yes, like I said earlier, the 55 towers, in addition to the existing towers, are expected to provide broadband coverage across the Navajo Nation. And as about telehealth, there's an E-rate program specifically for telehealth that we work with the hospitals and clinics to make sure they're aware of it and take advantage of it. And again, both the E-rate and the telehealth programs are federally funded, but they're competitively bid. So if the funding is identified, then that entity basically puts out an RFP, and everyone that wants to bid on the opportunity bids on it. And, that's another funding source for telehealth. But the Wi-Fi hotspots, they're staying in place. And we built fiber specifically for those. so that we could provide services to the children of the Navajo Nation. Our intent is to provide services to the people, and that's our goal. Thank you.
This is Valina, and that's just to add, I just want to add that the telehealth process, we're going through that right now. It'll be a couple more months before we end that process. So we anticipate to submit bids for any telehealth facility that will put out an RFP, and we will bid on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have in the queue at this time Honorable Yellow Hair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Vice Chair Smith, and Honorable Herman Daniels. So let me go back to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone that listens to a Naabik'íyáti committee. Aaron, the Speaker of the Navajo Nation, Speaker Damon, Arushanat, 24 Councilman, Koroya, Habitation, NTUA, and Shea, I always wish this pertains to, we are in hardship right now in this area. It's all over. People we are experiencing with this COVID-19. We are experienced with this hardship. I always think this, my leadership is enough. I only wish we should have just take one resolution to take care of this business. But we really need broadband infrastructure and education presentation pertaining to these five areas: Navajo Nation Cyber Team, Navajo Nation Telecommunication Commission, NTUA Choice Wireless. These aren't in broadband, but that others are a resolution. How is it out in 110 chapter and in the Guinness on those are a resolution that what offers cancer. Of course, these are owned by the for each chapter. It's time to do something quickly because of this hardship is upon us right now. What else? What is awesome? Is it on here? What pandemic? When in Kudebisi Kati, the Ari Washington patient la Satsani Chilia Care Act. Kadeya, there's a American Rescue Plan Act funds. This Kade deep in Nayel Tito into Angesta. Shinlet just chamber lot on the way they force later did other Yaki Tower for our students out just chamber lot. But people they don't want to share tower. Each other those things. I go what is here. I don't let in people had no a tower young for your information into your those cellular wonder. We need a tower for a part. These are broadband that we need to put up for our kids. Just about by Yelki, shouldn't be by Yelki. She's out of me. Out of a tower out of talking about people out there we need it. The only way whippoorwill there is no signal between whippoorwill and pinion. But there's none close on without dancing. Out on there my side, Black Mesa, they call Wolf Creek Canyon. There's no signal up there. But me, I have to drive, they call Uphill Valley, a higher elevation. I have to drive up there and call in for like this call in conference call. That's my experience. So we have to do our best to get these technology immediately. That what we need. We talked too long. Shabi gapa yel ki isa a hotel. I don't know how I do. Maybe I should just submit legislation like this. Chapter 1, which in the hot day, someone had to evaluate it and look through and monitoring all these chapters where our needs are, because our needs are all the same. We're in the same boat. We are no different from this neighborhood reservation, 27,000 miles. No be able to that session. She a yaba yes, she a but she don't yeah, it's all the city. Area about this, Quado, the Nebuchadnezzar, yes, T chapter. It also that of this, but snow, but you have seen it's in hot eggy tower. We need those so we can also be a part of a broadband for our students or younger generation by years. Once ago, I met this to the point. Was then I let by your street. Asked to go to Slowy Honesty. And his spells and a cook okay. I like to give time to my other colleagues so we can have time to finish this agenda within a period of no time too. They got agenda and hard and low. Yale kill. Or they gonna say kid could she could on or to Shabahun Sindon. She could have nation and hidden education at all. Shabahun Sindole. She yon Hahunsin Adolain in a kiddo. It all happy nice. So, how should that I'm a lawmaker that my responsibility is 110 chapters that applies to me. Should but that is that date quite should law and can sure. Other speaker here Hudson Dahi by Henson NTA. Thank you very much. I wish you be up there, Eros, and one point I'll bring this to your attention. So immediately they were brought to you. NTA can only do service about half or 1 mile away from power line. That's the only thing they do. Just like my brother said, KL, that's their mindset. Shika, Eros remembered it. We talk about one gentleman up there in the Black Mesa, Roger Pies, about 3 or 4 miles. That needs attention, power line. So we cannot discriminate, no matter how far it should be. It should be taken care of by NTUA. Can you put this in your book, and so you can take care of this business for Black Mesa? And I appreciate it too. One thing, NTUA, you refence the power line up to way up that Oak Ridge, from Black Mesa to Oak Ridge. That was one of those that the assessment fund that was given by agreed by 23rd Council. They split $4,500,000 somewhere in the numbers. That was we finished that when you finish your job for help the people out there. I want to say thank you very much, NTA. By Henson, we're way behind on Third World Black Mesa. Water we need it, road we need it, for the school we need it, for checking we need it. Thank you for the time. So Speaker door is enough on the way should not just with Jim Barado and it should not sing 110 chapters. I said enough. Thank you very much. Also, initially, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Elmer Brigay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Speaker, good afternoon, and also the Naabik'íyáti committee too. And then also the NTA. I thought, thank you for considering us, that we're going Aquila and the 5 surrounding chapters. We'll be glad to share the information and then also the assessment, and then also with the design build plan. We'll be glad to share it with you. I know Shamada, Felina, associate. And also congratulations that you're being moving up to the general manager. So here I don't know. We'll be sending the maps and then the reports to you, so you can share it with your team down there. So I just want to say for considering us to share the information with you later sometimes. Thank you. Speaker, that's it.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Gay. That, let me move on down. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith going twice. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you for giving me some time here. First and foremost, I want to thank the presenters. Thank you for presenting doing your presentation for Naabik'íyáti committee today, talking about the telecommunication and others. Colleagues, we learned a lot from the CARES Act, the dollars that we got from the federal government, 714 million. Yeah, we learned a lot from that one. Moving forward, talking about in regards to telecommunication and also fiber optic. It's really needed on the Navajo Nation. With schools, as we all know, our Navajo, our precious children, they learn from home. So they didn't go to school all throughout the pandemic. So it was very hard for them getting internet services and whatnot. So with this one, I see I totally agree with them. My chief, Delegate P.L. McKay. Every corner of the Navajo Nation. Yeah, we should think about those communities that are in really dire need of telecommunication, fiber optic. So AIC and who are we doing this for? Because they're going to be our leaders 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. They're going to be in our shoes, leading the Navajo Nation. So to get a better education for them as well. In Utah, there's a company, Emory Telecom. They're running a fiber optic into the Navajo Nation, coming in from Blanding, Utah. Montezuma Creek, coming soon. Monument Valley, Utah, they're going to have a fiber optic. And from there, it's going to go all the way to Naabik'íyáti community schools. So they're going to go all the way around Kayenta, Highway 160, Highway 98, beacon and down into not just on community. But I see Bahashni, these are outside entities, these are outside companies. Tobi gata, toda nida. Seda na da beniko to nida. But I see Bahashni kudo. So they're trying to reach out to these local schools on the Navajo Nation on the Utah side. So I see what has been said by my colleagues. I totally agree with them. My favorite Che that Chairman Daniel So Naabik'íyáti. I don't know others. So my little brother Delegate Vince James. So I totally agree with them. So moving forward. Reaching out to these, going out to these chapters. I know we have agency meetings, we have regional meetings with our chapters. So the NTUA and others, I agree with my colleagues for them reaching out to these meetings. So get everything in place and move everything forward. So, Mr. Chair, I totally agree with my colleagues. In regards to telecommunication, fiber optic, and others. So, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the presenters. For a response to honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Presenters. No response?
Speaker, this is Belina.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments, Delegate Yellowhair, Elmer, Delegate Begay, as well as Delegate Daniels. Just to start off, Delegate Begay, thank you so much for the congratulatory comments. I appreciate it. And I just want to confirm that I just received an email from Sue, so we'll proceed with taking a look at those plans. So thank you. I'm not sure how to respond to the other two inquiries or comments, but we just want to say that we're going to continue to do our best to serve the Navajo people in the Navajo Nation. Our goal is always to provide services, quality services, to improve the quality of life for the Navajo people, and to do it at an affordable rate for the Navajo people. So, but we appreciate the input and the comments. And we'll definitely take those comments back with us and regroup. I'm not sure if Arash or...
yeah, I'm on the line. Sorry, I went through a dead zone.
All right.
I can answer real quick or just respond to Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you very much for your comments. I know who you're talking about, and we can discuss the opportunities for Roger Bahe. I haven't forgot about that. And Delegate Begay, on the question regarding Aquila, we're more than happy to discuss opportunities. If we can receive their information and somehow integrate it into our plan, that's something that we're open to looking at and discussing further. So we can definitely talk about that opportunity as we are aware of information and willing to receive their information and see if it works into our plan as well. So I appreciate that. And Delegate Daniels, also, I appreciate your comments as well for just working and collaborating with different organizations as well. So those are the comments that I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue?
Yes, Madam Chair, go ahead. Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, NQA, for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions regarding the questions that have been asked. Sorry, I'm just getting ready to leave from Gallup. I do have a couple of questions. I'd like to email them to you if you don't mind, but specifically, I want to get a little bit more information about the, I think it's the services that are provided in the Shiprock area. I know that delegates have talked about the services in their area. You would think that Shiprock would actually have some of the, better services or coverage, but many of our students are still facing, areas where there's still places that are not covered by Wi-Fi or even cell phone coverage. In fact, when I know that when I had my internet checked, I was told that that the way that the antenna is set is almost as if if you were to think of a pizza, I'm right where the pizza is cut. So where I live, I don't have the best internet service, nor do I have the best cell phone coverage. But at the same time, I know that, NQA has been working towards trying to address those issues. The other thing, too, is it's so interesting that we're talking about how CARES has assisted communities with broadband coverage and also cell phone coverage. Speaker, I was just in Pinedale. I met with the chapter coordinator there, and the chapter coordinator and the vice president was telling me that they have that, tower that was set up there on top of the mesa there in Pinedale. And they showed me, just kind of, how fast the internet speed was. I was really, really amazed. And it was so good to hear directly from the chapter officials talking about how CARES was able to assist them with that tower alone, and how, they talked about the comparison of what it was like before that tower was there and then also after. So I did tell them that I would share that information with council today, because that's what we were talking about as broadband. But one of the things that they did talk about is that some young, students have come out and said that, there's a lot of things that they can do because of that new tower, which brings me to, the second part of my question, which is, NQA did talk about how some of the broadband is there and available, and there was the, I think it's $65 a month for the premium plan that they were talking about. What I have noticed is, with students staying home, oftentimes parents, wind up having to be the teachers in a lot of cases. But as parents, sometimes we don't have the answers to, what some of our students bring home to us. And it kind of made me, think back to when my son was in school and he would come home, and I remember there was a math problem that he brought home, and apparently now they do math differently. But there was this program that I was able to download, and I believe it was on, it was an app that was available through your phone. But many times, I was able to stream, living there in Texas and living in Wyoming, I was able to stream directly instructions. But that's very difficult when you have, glitchy internet service, that streaming capability is not there. and then also the streaming capabilities, wind up taking, away from your data. So when we're talking in terms of students and how they're using streaming, that's one way I know that, parents are using streaming is if they can't answer that question. There are apps, and it is encouraged by many of the schools to download these apps and to stream, the problem. And then there are also educators who are on the other side, who are providing answers to our students. So when we're talking about, high-speed internet, when we're talking about, the Wi-Fi capabilities, that's what I would like to see, for our students, especially, during this pandemic. We don't know right now. I think we're putting our guards down. We're in that mindset that we're coming out of it and that we're going to be okay, when in reality, Dr. Fauci and also, our leading health experts have said, now is not the time to be putting our guards down. And, that variant is still out there. COVID is still out there. So I'm a little bit worried that we're going to go back into that same situation where we were a year ago. And with that, I am expecting better Wi-Fi and streaming capabilities, not only for our students, but also for the parents who are having to teach our students, and especially in situations where, these parents don't know, because, oftentimes we find ourselves, having to sit down, doing homework with our kids and we don't know. And, it goes back to that game show, how much, are you smarter than a fourth grader? It just kind of goes back to that. But to wrap up what I'm saying, I want to know, how you plan to improve the Wi-Fi services and also the streaming capabilities in the Shiprock community for our students, and especially those who are having to drive to the local schools to get internet. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time. And again, thank you, NTUA, for answering all of our questions about broadband and also what the plans are and your proposals for ARPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. And with that, colleagues, is there any more questions? Comments? If none, I can go back to the presenter for a response. Rosh?
Yes, Speaker Damon. Neil, if Neil's there, he can. I'll let Neil answer the question as far as the plans for the Shiprock area and improve service out there. Neil, do you want to answer that question a little bit? Kind of give him a high-level understanding of how we can improve services, and not in just that area, but other communities, and how our plan integrates that.
Well, I think Valina can best answer it because she's been directly involved. But my understanding is that there's been deployment of new equipment. Some was deployed during CARES Act, and additional equipment is being deployed. It's a newer equipment, and Valina, if you can talk about that.
Yeah, thank you, Neil and Arash, and thank you, Delegate Charles Nguyen, for those questions. In terms of service, in particularly your services where you live in Shiprock, the services you had prior to CARES dollars and the upgrade being done, we did have our towers sites set up with 3 sectors, which allowed for gaps where people could not get coverage, even if you were a mile away from the tower. But since CARES and the CARES dollars, we've purchased new equipment technology to allow for a 360 coverage. So if you were to restore your services, if you don't have it today, and any customer who has our services today, they'll be able to get services. We offer services for around the tower 360 degrees. And in Shiprock, particularly Shiprock, we put up CBRS equipment that will allow speeds up to 25.3. Again, we are working on the premium plan to allow 100/20. With CARES dollars, we were able to upgrade 85 sites and with new technology that will allow for true broadband. And with CBRS in New Mexico and EBS in Arizona and Utah, which is the 2.5 gigahertz that Chris Vicente mentioned, we're able to use that spectrum to allow true broadband across the nation off of the CARES dollars and the upgrades that are provided. We are currently going through the uplifts of our towers, and we're very close to completing the broadband uplifts, which is, if you will, we normally use the term to bring more juice to the tower, if you will, so that we can expand the capacity and reach more people off of that one tower. And with one tower, we're able to reach 480 customers with the new technology and the 360 reach. So we're currently working on that. And right now we have 24 towers that are able to do the 25.3. And within the next week or two, we're going through the testing phase with the others. We will have the full 85 capable of doing the 25.3. Now, Arash mentioned that there is a proposal or request for a swap out of hardware. When we transition to the new technology, we will have to change out some devices for some customers to allow the new technology to work and talk together. So we will be able to do that where we've already done Tuba City, because Tuba City already has the fiber in their community to the tower. So we've transitioned some of the customers off of the older technology that we started with, and we put them on the 2.5 gigahertz technology. And, you know, Tuba City here in our office, we call Tuba City the New York City on the Navajo Nation, because it seems like Tuba City never sleeps. They're on the internet 24 hours, 7 days a week. But we've transitioned a lot of the Tuba City customers already, and we've started with Cameron community just this last week. For the Shiprock area, you'll see on the proposal that we're submitting for ARPA, the Shiprock North Tower does not have fiber, and that's been an issue for capacity. It does have the CBRS technology from CARES dollars. However, it's at capacity. So we're asking for some dollars to construct fiber to the Shiprock North Tower to allow more people to use it and to allow for more capacity. Fiber will allow to do more, to allow more users onto that site. One other thing that I want to talk about is we have a program coming out that's called the Emergency Broadband Benefit. It's a lifeline program issued by USAC, and it will allow customers to sign up for broadband services for free up to $75, and it kind of plays right into our offer. We offer the $65 plan right now, and the government will pay for broadband services for those customers up to 6 months. Now, granted that, you know, there's a possibility that that program may be extended, as the Democrats have requested more funding up to $6 billion to keep the program going beyond 6 months. It's not a done deal, but we're hoping that that's something that will continue. But that's a program that's coming fairly quickly. And, you know, it falls in line with completing the uplifts to our sites. And we'll be able to transition existing customers who want to take advantage of that funding program to transition to a lifeline plan, as well as new customers who want to take advantage of that, and we'll be able to do an install for them. So that's a program that's coming, and we'll be offering that on a nation. So Delegate Charles Noon, I appreciate the questions, and if you have any follow-up, I can answer. Arash Neil, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions for NTUA Choice Wireless? If there was none, thank you very much, NTUA, for being here with us this afternoon. Look forward to their future discussion.
Vice Chair Smith, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Real quick, thank you, Naabik'íyáti committee members and NTUA in presenting the broadband and those that are listening. I'm just was with the community of White Ruins this morning, and they were in need of broadband in that area, and also Klagetoh. I'm wondering if there's going to be any service put into that area with the monies that are coming down with the ARPA. If so, the chapter would be more than willing to assist in passing resolution and whatever it takes to get that broadband. That's one thing that they were discussing this morning about the services they need. And I just wanted to present that and say that, and how do we address that so that we can also be included for these type of necessary services. I just wanted to get that to the NTUA and also to for the White Ruins and Klagetoh communities, not only with those communities, but also Pine Springs and I-40 and Houck, Lupton and Sanders, and all the way down to Newlands, south of Sanders itself, a place called Bark Lake and Hardscrabble and Rim, Little Silversmith, and those areas, to just name a few. So I'm wanting to coordinate that with the chapters, with my LDA, to ensure that happens. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Rosh, I'll turn it back over to you. Or anyone else from NTUA?
Speaker, this is Valina.
Yes, go ahead.
So thank you, Delegate Raymond Smith, for that. We do have a few of the sites or communities that you mentioned, Lupton, White Ruins, Sanders Savory, and Sanders Rural on our list for the ARPA proposal. In terms of Klagetoh, we do have, through CARES dollars, we were able to complete and co-locate on the Cell One SBI tower for broadband services. So we have EBS on that site. And to date, we have 11 customers off of that tower in Klagetoh. But yeah, we're very open to coordinating with you or your chapters and make the assessment for more sites if that's what we need to do. We mentioned that this document we're presenting is a living document, so we anticipate that we would add more or make changes to this list. Neil, Moosh, or Arash, if you're on, if you want to add anything else.
This is Neil. No, we do have several of the sites that were identified on the project list. And yeah, we're open to working with the chapters, and because we need their support in order to build these towers and to run fiber through their communities.
Thanks, Trevor, for covering, Valina. I had trouble getting off of mute, so thanks for covering. I have nothing to add. Thanks.
Speaker, turning it over back to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. With that, moving on down, if there's no more further questions for NTUA. We still have Sacred Winds and Frontier Communications, and we still have not gone into Navajo Nation Department of Dene Education yet. So with that, let's go on down to Sacred Winds. Anybody from Sacred Winds on the line? You might have to press *6. Sacred Wind. Going twice.
Hello.
Sacred Wind.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Tico Charlie with Sacred Wind Communications.
Yes, Mr. Charlie, how are you doing?
Oh, not too bad so far. I want to thank you and the NABI committee for asking us to present here. It'd be real quick. As former commissioner for NNTRC when it first started back in 2000 again, I'm really happy to hear a lot of things have been moving, but the same questions keep coming up right away. I was listening to Senator Ben Ray Lujan's speech, and that really slows down a lot of progress all over. And listening to everybody on there, the right-of-way process is really in dire need of changing. And a lot of this stuff on there, I'll give you an example. In our area, we got the Eastern Agency area, which is one of the hardest area because of the land status area. And it took me 9 years to get an allotment for a tower in Twin Buttes. 9 whole years to do that. I didn't give up, but we finally got it through. And the reason why we had to get it through or finally got it through was Mr. Vicente with the NNTRC and the Navajo Nation president and I met with the regional director to help push this through. And we really shouldn't have to be doing that, but our right of way is terrible. And you have the allottees on there. And one of the biggest obstacles of that is the BIA again, because they came back and they told me personally in front of me that the Navajo Nation has no jurisdiction over the allottees. But with the lobbying and everything on there, we're pushing it through. We had to do this with the Tohajale project to get those through. Now we have fiber internet coming out of Albuquerque through Tohajale, going all the way to Yatahe. So if the fiber, if you notice, that was cut over in Laguna several times, it knocked out everything west. Now we have an alternate route and it goes north of Mount Taylor. And it's with bigger broadband. It's all totally fiber all the way from Yatahe down. Right now, Mr. Vicente had given you guys a quick update. We do have our mapping system on there, and this includes a lot of the chapter areas that E-rate is going to. And almost all of our area right now is already hooked up with fiber. And Mr. Vicente will be able to give you that on a mapping portion, also with our request for the American Relief Package on there. And the other thing that was always brought up was, of course, the return of investment and inadequate investment on infrastructure. But I think a lot of that, everybody has kind of turned over and rolled around so many times that I agree with a lot of the council delegates that we need to move forward, and we need to move forward in a more positive direction on there. And that's kind of brief of my brief report.
Thank you very much, Tico, for that presentation. With that, any questions to Sacred Winds at this time, colleagues? Going twice. Going 3 times. Thank you, Tico, for being with us this afternoon. That, colleagues, moving on down to item number E on our present work session here, under number 1, Frontier Communications. Anybody on from Frontier Communications? Frontier Communications. Frontier Communications going twice. Frontier Communications going 3 times. Thank you, colleagues. Well, with that, I think just to recap on the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, Navajo Nation Telecommunication Commission, NTUA, Sacred Wind presentation, we will definitely work together. Mr. Paulson Chaco, if you're on the line, I think one of the big factors is that there needs to be a place. I think that was the number one articulate component from this whole presentation this morning was that, or Mr. President, if you're listening in, is that who's going to take charge and with this? Are we going to start building a broadband infrastructure or a broadband department and immediately? And if that's something that we're going to immediately do, it seems like it's recommended across the board. That's something that we're going to have to take into consideration. And Mr. Chaco, maybe we could have a discussion offline on that with yourself, the President, Resource and Development Committee, in trying to identify what we need to do to immediately start a broadband broadband office and working together on that in order for that to become a reality, so that there's clear guidance from their policies, plan of operation, and the direction that they can go and move forward on that. And I think that that will clearly give insight to one, help assist in the direction of these ARPA funds, but actually help assist in a long-term effort to get into that $1 billion application process for broadband services across Indian country. With that, in stating, the second thing is that they thank you all from that presented today to hear the insight from members of the Naabik'íyáti committee who did put those questions and comments to use and really try to identify their communities and their community needs. And I hope that you take that into consideration in order for you guys, for the enterprise and organizations, ad hoc, and external companies come forward with an overall comprehensive plan. That plan, I think, would have to be cohesively collective in something that needs to be moved forward. And we'll definitely have a follow-up meeting on this, try to identify that. I think at that time, I'd like to also make sure that the president is on board with that broadband office and see if they, at that time, that there's some direction that we could move forward in building out that operation. If there's other further questions, I know that each and every one of you did state that you wouldn't hesitate to take emails or calls from a colleague, so thank you for that. We'll make sure to open up that dialogue and send out that information for everyone's contact information. So again, I thank everybody there that gave that overall approach on that broadband infrastructure this morning and this afternoon. So now, colleagues, as we move forward, and if you're just joining us, we're having a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. Today's date, Wednesday, April 7th, 2021. The time now is 3:29 p.m. We do have a second portion of discussion that we're having today, and that's our Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. I know Department of Diné Education is important to us because I know that we do have external listeners from states, and I know that we have, I think, members of the New Mexico Public Education Department listening into as well. So Ellery Nelson representing them, and there's also other individuals who will probably come forth at this time, but we did just put Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education as a preliminary institute on here on the agenda, but that doesn't specifically mean that we just be working with Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. I know that there was efforts for us to add on BIE, but that was something that we're looking for guidance first, not only from HESI, but taking guidance from this work session so that we can create that presentation equivalently at the next ongoing work session. And that's really just trying to identify, again, these are preliminary work sessions in order for us to pinpoint what we need to do to get all the best representation and best experts before the Naabik'íyáti committee and the council and before the president and vice president, so that we know what we need to do to help assist our students and our next leaders of our nation to help educate them well while at this time. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn over the floor right now to Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. And members of the audience here this afternoon, thank you for being a part of the conversations that are taking place today. I am Pat Ghani, Acting Superintendent from Department of Diné Education. This afternoon, I will be joined by Mr. Brent Nelson to provide some information surrounding the needs for infrastructure at Department of Diné Education. Yad eto ahehe shanat ahnolinigi, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ahehe kwa agin khatet ando kodo e yad nikilchuhadit al Shanale Brent Nelson, IT from Department of Diné Education. DGA ya peso الصدد zoto خيط ya ben daton nishigi bahuinet ako ihe shanat notlinigi kodohat anaho she yat na jeni nashlido ashin bashichin tachini dashachedo thodijini dashanale Tajija Holiede Eya Ashte Ado Saraho Zanige Eya Nashnish Department of Diné Education. Accord Kodoshi Eya Dolech. We did present a document for presentation this afternoon. I hope I have the ability to share, sir. Let me try that. Share screen. I'm gonna pull this up. Okay. Here we are. I wanted to be able to share information about the needs surrounding data. Kodo ya internet connection bahuinat on Hunzago Holjish, Hunzata o al. Department of the Education yad ultra sineligi di quad nebnahas subka ajibilnilnish. The question is at ultra sineligi. Lato ya BIE funded ilne. BIE operated schools, do tribally controlled grant schools, ajohut abilnilnish. Auto public schools from Arizona, Utah, New Mexico. Auto private schools and charter schools. The question is ya kwa get the nebna sabaka ultra besna anish. Eko beni ya di kwa again Navajo Education Information System wal yahigi be the donil beso yini ked kodo. American Rescue Plan. Beson kitchedet ahigi kodo infrastructure bahuinat kun zatin kilhol jish naha alchiniyaja da ultra online learning ilnigo AD kwa get the kosensa nahat states da bedi nigo ayan kithanlni March yad nak atlat nahi a ko alchinin linigi do no sele di online learning computer ben anish ochot aya ye ohol kunza go hol jish Chanil tsogoshi ya benachet ligo kwa ege aba achaten ochot ya ba ochonizi. Anna hoten holjish. Ya reliable internet services. Ilchin chanil tsoshin ochot achiyol. Eko yisi di ultratnaz niligo bechat hotit computer lab at the hallo. Yisi kwa ege di fall yan dan hada istra dan indida. Bilchiniyaji laptops, tablets, devices and deja hohahol jish. A kohan soshin ya enelt igi ilchine. Bamado bejeshin ochot ba ochot ya yika hoseno ya ochot yinach ye ohol A kodid ochotez nido undida need and ochot oho bichet ati online learning exclusively. A kobanachiko ya the reliable internet aten. A code ya digital divide nigo ya abaha atze. At o ya di ilchini ya jehut ya ohol do ultra git ya computer lab do hot computer bena anishta. So learning continues after school and in the homes of children. They're expected to do work. They're expected to conduct research. Ako nakaalchiniyajati ko ilchiniyajat oja ohol ahigi bil elkhana nilgo. Do yasi uchot ya ehosinda the technology standards at the hallo from the State's Department of Education. Uchot be hitahanel ahigi ajaban saha kesko for equity. And access to meaningful learning. So students need to be able to access the World Wide Web in order to conduct research for the purposes of education, instruction, and submission of homework. Homework gap the no da hot na kodet hol jishten hot bahuinit a kokunzat go ya di Head Start do hahol go yan ha alchin ya computer yij ultra hahol jish. Accord Benache Yati Beso Yini Ked Kwaagi Department of the Net Education ya we are not recognized as a state education agency. We are not a local education agency either. Rather, we are a tribal education department. TED Yisne. Ekodi Beso Yisich in Nete Igi ya Kwaagi data Yisne. Han so go you see data points in Yahan deto less. Ben nache na alka. Ado ya kodo benachin hinahat lido less do beso a doken. Ado ultratnas niligo benache baka na awo igi. Oya naha aten. A kokojebe has ani nilingo ya title 10 yisne. Sato ya bi isto. ADNEIS Navajo Education Information System. Yigi tlato becha hodit edo. AAD Department of the Net Education hot ye nad nesto ultrat nas neliko hot ultra ich nad nesto let baka a kunza the whole just go ya apa achaten. So we look to you for support to obtain funding so that we can create the infrastructure for data repository system at Department of the Net Education. Kodo ya not nan hidilkit. The cult ya alchiniyaja ultraigi that nitzashi was there a significant decrease in attendance. We're not able to answer those significant and important questions to our various leadership because we don't have access to that information. Infrastructure of Navajo Education Information System. It will allow us the ability to have some student level information. We have the opportunity to be able to respond to questions and inquiry from various leadership in real time. At this time, we are very much challenged from being able to respond with information. Anytime there is a great decision to be made surrounding education, for instance, we want to be able to know about the impact of COVID on student learning. Da alchina ohol aha gishi yasin itza. A ko aja hot ana ite kidigi kodol bet be hadi zito benachet nahuid ado lehigi aden. We have to solicit information from our state education partners, including BIE. A ko hanne ejdo kid nahalen kad. As a tribal education department, we are deemed to be the powerhouse of education for Navajo Nation, but yet we don't have the infrastructure in place to be able to guide some of these important decision making and to be able to respond to various stakeholders with these important questions as they are posed for us. Right now, we do have access to some information. The student level data, test assessments. A student level data, and we're able to look at the progress that our students are making. Various applications to be able to analyze student level data and to guide the schools in terms of how they can be responsive to student needs. So we are very much hopeful and are hopeful for your support in obtaining some funding that will help us improve our ability to provide these supports to our schools. So the robust database platform allows us to leverage on ongoing investments to broadband. We are very much in a virtual learning format, and we do have that to be the case for the foreseeable future. That now she han zako okotol jishti quite the cosnsana has aids at danket hanlni igi, bina an nishkot atin the okot ajanan nishhallo. A cornichilha that nebenak ya did quilt ashin amado ya shaalchin did at the remote learning ultato less ninigi de quishin hallo. There's a great percentage of our parents who continue to advocate for the availability of remote learning. There are concerns about safety and a safe return and the school's readiness to receive some of our students back in in-person learning. And so I ask of you for your sensitivity and understanding to be able to support Department of Dene Education and its establishment for the Navajo Education Information Systems to be supportive of distance learning, and then online testing. Every student succeed at test. Schools are able to administrate remote testing safely if they have the ability to do so. Some families are feeling pressed to bring in their children for in-person testing, which is an option from our state education levels of partners. And we want to be able to situate ourselves that we continue to be supportive of our students. And then also for parents who choose to keep their children in online learning situation for safety reasons as well. We want to be able to provide those opportunities. Their work that never ends. So even beyond there, even on weekends, our teachers are planning for instruction. And so in light of COVID and then exclusive move to online instruction and teachers teleworking, there's a need to be supportive of our workforce on that end as well, so that they have the ability to research and create robust lesson plans. And that is not possible if they don't have reliable internet for the workforce as well. So I ask of you to keep those points in consideration. The other, of course, is the ability for telehealth. Right now, we have students with special needs. October, there has been an exception for in-person learning for special education students whose needs could not be met online. But with improved, reliable internet services, it is very much possible, particularly for those families who may live in an area where they're not able to access internet. And at this time, they don't have a choice but to bring in their child in for in-person special education services, speech services. IEPs, but the speech therapy
Acting Superintendent, Ms. Connie?
Speaker Damien, this is Brent from the Department of Education, the IT. I think she might have lost connection in terms of from her telecommuting, so she'll probably be jumping back here online shortly. I did text her to let her know that her connection is lost. But I can continue the accountability technology solution initiative. I guess I can provide some information regarding that if you want me to continue speaking.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. The time is yours. So.
Well, thank you again, Speaker, for this time, and then also to the 24th Navajo Nation Nabi Committee and presenting this the Net School Accountability and Navajo Education and Information Technology Project. As Superintendent Ghani had mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic underscored the critical need for a robust data management platform that can leverage ongoing investments in not only in broadband, but also to provide access to and support of virtual learning and online learning and healthcare and other vital information as needed. This technology also helps in bridging that digital divide that has existed for years between Navajo Nation and our schools. And that's been evident today, with the safe at home orders, shelter at home orders that we had all experienced throughout the pandemic. And, this in response to the current COVID-19 crisis, we propose a robust data management platform and network infrastructure for not only Doty and the schools, but extensively to Navajo Nation health centers and clinics. The Navajo Education Information System is an open source platform that will be extended to facilitate the electronic collection and analysis and reporting beyond student and school data that includes the health, wellness, and behavior of our students. And again, just reiterating what Superintendent Ghani had mentioned, is providing data to schools and parents and administration. So having a robust data management infrastructure in the Navajo Nation is going to be very supportive. And we had a application that's actually been identified called EdFi Alliance. And this particular platform is an accountability system, and it basically integrates multiple data systems and standardizes it into one application. So it doesn't really matter what kind of data source you're collecting this data from. It automatically sets everything in place and creating those dashboards for end users to access real data in real time. And built in this is all the security governance that is being required today. We're education, online learning. There's various cyber attacks. There's malware attacks. There's spyware attacks that are taking place, and you hear about that in the national media, national news, and even here, not too long ago, Naabik'íyáti had experience of such. So we are looking at all aspects of ensuring that the accountability system has all the proper security structures enabled on in collecting these academic data from these various sources. So this has been an ongoing initiative. We did do some ongoing assessments, and we consider this as a shovel-ready candidate, for funding under the American Rescue Plan. And again, this is just meeting the needs of what has been presented in various committee members' meetings that we've engaged with throughout the pandemic, getting real-time data, getting information from our schools and health data. So again, this is a pretty complex system, but in the long term, and it's going to be very beneficial in terms of having real-time data available to make data-driven decision making, not only internally within the Department of Education, but also as lawmakers such as yourselves with the council to amend certain laws and maybe create new laws to support the ongoing requirements of assessments and testings and meeting these benchmarks. So just wanted to add that to Superintendent Ghani's remarks regarding the database application that we're proposing. And I think Superintendent Ghani is back online. Superintendent Ghani, are you back online? I see your PowerPoint.
I'm back. This is a prime example of what happens. Imagine this happening with our students who are in instruction with their teachers, and they're having to get cut off. And so we want reliable internet for these purposes. I just wanted to identify for you some of the activities that we have lined up for a phased approach for a successful implementation of this Navajo Education Information System that we are speaking to today. And so in year one, we envision a pilot project with numbers of schools where we would create this infrastructure internally at Dodi to serve as a repository of data based on various data points. There are application programs that schools use and districts utilize. Student information systems. So the bill here locally at Dodi would be a pipeline to speak to those various systems so that we have the ability to capture student health information. We can access attendance information and make reports, ad hoc reports in terms of tracking attendance patterns and such. So the year one would create a pilot of that so that we can study the feasibility and the success of Dodi managing the information. We do envision at some point schools will have an interest in having information on at their fingertips for COVID information and how that is impacting attendance, for instance, and how that is impacting mental health needs of our students. So that data at aggregate levels is going to be very important for planning. And in order to situate Dodi to be responsive to those schools, we need access to the information. So the year one would be to create an infrastructure to become a repository of data with pilot schools. We would expand to all the tribally controlled schools and some public school students' information as well. I mentioned that there's a need to track part assessment data for our students as well, so that we can be responsive and effectuate improve student outcomes academically going forward. So there is an outline here in the written plan with a breakdown by quarters, quarter 1, 2, and 3 in year one, how we foresee the implementation and expansion of NEIS pilot in year one. I'm able to have Mr. Nelson speak more specifically to some of these initiatives after I present the overall information. In year two, we would also have the further expansion and then the data digest, processing, and reporting with completion of onboarding of BIE schools and then all of the other schools here on the nation as well. We have another program within Dodi internally, Office of Education Research and Statistics. We would be able to capitalize on some of the capabilities and functions that they serve as we support our schools as well. Another area that I know as articulated in Title 10 and also at forefront of the purpose of Dodi also is to retain and preserve our Navajo language and culture. There is a great set of goals that we have under the Office of Standards, Culture and Assessment, OSCAD, standards, so that we are able to provide some remote online assessment. How do we know that our children are gaining the proficiency of use of their own Navajo language? The Nebazad Yalki Be Odla Yilna, oral the net language assessment. ADG dalto online testing format go be. Itol nil a hot abe itnel to for us to gauge how many of our students are able to speak fluently. So we need those types of capabilities, which at this current time we do not. And this funding source will greatly effectuate our ability to create that infrastructure internally. Here again is just a breakdown by the quarters of how we would foresee that implementation with timelines and activities in year 2. Finally, in year 3, we do envision a final OSCAD curriculum and data requirements with a clear focus on curriculum changes. So during these years and implementation, we would be able to determine and glean from the data that we are collecting, where do we need to effectuate supports to schools so that they have improved outcomes for students. The analytics nigi yesi hot ato jon nas naliko on shigi ajigi data naha capture idol. And so I leave with you the importance of Dodi to be able to provide technical support to our schools. Title 10 bidas zohigi ya ultrabelindonish. Adon halchinyaj bizado the nebe ol inligi yahosindolel. Math, science, language, arts, mathematics, standards. It really would bring us along in terms of that ability for us to reach some of those initiatives internally. So I leave some of those comments with you this afternoon, and I also wanted to give some time to Mr. Nelson to provide any other additional information at this time. Brent?
Thank you again, Superintendent Ghani, for the overview of the NEIS project. Earlier, I had discussed the logistics of the robust database application. As you can see, the activities are pretty extensive. We have outlined the design of the data management and the strategies of what is it going to take to build the infrastructure. The organizational processes, the flow processes, the governance requirements for educational data, and really just as echoing what Superintendent Donnie had mentioned, identifying the data points and from which sources. We've already been working at this and meeting with the state departments of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. And with Arizona, we have a good relationship with them to do. We have MOUs and MOAs in place to do some data exchanges regards to our Navajo students and these public school systems, and what their help and their recommendations, and getting that common platform, which I had mentioned, EdFi. Yeah, it's a robust system, it's an open source system. So a good thing about open source systems, and I don't mean to get too technical here, but it's the benefit of that is that we're able to make changes. We're able to add to the application, and we don't have to seek other applications out there to expand on our system. So, and it doesn't cost us anything to do that once it's in place. So again, we look at all the cost saving factors and expandability of this application moving forward to serve our educational needs. We've done some initial pilot testing with data. As mentioned, we've identified 6 schools, tribally controlled schools, and started talking and outlining the data and the requirements and getting good information on their infrastructure. So a lot of assessments has been conducted in terms of building this application. But eventually, we are going to expand to the 33 schools and include the education or the public entities into this application. Other things that we consider also, of course, is cloud solutions. I think our best recommendations that we're going to move with is a hybrid environment, because the data governance requirements, those still need to be defined within the nation with our sovereignty. What is the rules and what are the laws that are in place in terms of collecting sensitive data, and how and where should they reside. Those things are part of the project, and that we'll be identifying and seeking some answers here internally within the nation. But again, this is a pretty complex database application network. It's going to provide a lot of different resources to not only stakeholders, but also, as what Superintendent Gani had mentioned, ways of providing testing and training and supporting e-learning initiative in that realm, and using real-time data and having updated data is going to be very beneficial to the nation. So just wanted to mention that. And I think what would be recommended is maybe a deeper work session, and in terms of really detailing what this accountability system looks like. I know that there's a lot of information, a lot of details in terms of the technical side, and I'm sure you're all familiar with a lot of the technical applications that exist out there. You've seen student information systems at schools, and you've seen all the reporting requirements to the federal reporting system for various activities. So again, one was just mentioned with Park, but again, this is just something that I wanted to share with you regarding the NEIS proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent, for sharing that information. I do want to again say thank you to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Department of the Net Education and its need for a infrastructure at Department of the Net Education, so that we have the ability to house data and make some decisions on the basis of information that we have at our fingertips. The important thing is to be supportive of our schools and their leaders across Navajo Nation. We don't have data readily available to us at the nation's level, where our students we were not able to provide the information. It was always thinking back and reaching out to our schools to collect information. This would put us closer to having the ability to receive information and make plans from it. We have been reflective and observing what our needs are thus far. So with that, I hope that we are able to answer any inquiries that you might have at this time. And I yield my time back to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani, and thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Thank you for presenting here before the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. I have my first question before I go to the floor is the presentation that you do have here. Is there any way that you could forward that over so we can send that out to the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council?
Sir, I did send it over to you twice, so you should have that.
Who did you send that to, Mr. Rico or Chief of Staff Sherilyn Yazzie?
Chief of Staff Ishla Adanda. This afternoon when you asked, I did send it to you as well. Thank you for that.
Do you think, do you have Mr. Manuel Rico's email? Because Ms. Yazzie just now checked her email again and still has nothing has come in from you.
Certainly, I can forward it to Mr. Rico as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That, colleagues, we are on, and if you're just joining us, listening in, we're having a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session. Earlier, we were discussing broadband infrastructure, and then we're on to education. We do have the Navajo Nation Department of Education here presented. They just concluded, and I'll be going to the floor at this time. If there's any of my colleagues of the 24th Naabik'íyáti committee have any questions for the presenters at this time. Any questions? Going twice? We just received your presentation, Ms. Ghani. Thank you very much. Going 3 times.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Ms. Ghani. Thank you for being here with us this afternoon. Thank you very much. And I know my colleagues would have some questions once they review that, and we will add that information to the overall recognition of putting it into the education line item. And thank you very much for putting that presentation together. Have a good day. Colleagues,
Thank you.
with that, thank you again. With that, the Bureau of Indian Education, we're still going to have to meet with them and meeting with the Bureau themselves. There'll be some follow-up meetings that we'll be looking at in that direction. The bigger picture is to make sure that we're all working together for the benefit of our children here. And I know that that's something that we all can agree on. So in doing that part, we'll be working together not only with Ms. Ghani, but also the board and also Health Education Human Services Committee to help identify the overall need, and that will be placed in as a presentation again as a future follow-up. So again, thank you very much. Colleagues, at this time, we are on to recommendations, and we put forth recommendations, and we've taken your recommendations throughout the day, and we've had honed those in, and I think the staff were listening in and taking notes and notes and notes and putting that together on an overall collaborative board, and we will be producing that information back. I think we're going to try to do that on a weekly basis so we can get that information out to you so we can all keep that done, and making sure that we do have these work sessions for reasons that these might be preliminary, but these are work sessions that will lay the groundwork for the overall recommendation that will be coming forth when the ARAP funds do come in and present themselves to the council in a fund management plan. And then finally, once that fund management plan is in place, we know that we can go ahead and build an expenditure plan. So colleagues, at this time, we're at close of work session announcements, then on to adjournment. Is there any announcements at this time? I do have one announcement. We have a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's a work session regarding what's the title? Arizona Gaming Compact. So that'll be starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, colleagues. All the questions that you need to be asked about the Arizona Gaming Compact, we will have everybody on the line, all the outside attorneys, members of the Department of Justice, inside attorneys, and everybody that's working together, that has been working together, and also Madam Chair Charles Zoon, who's led the charge with her committee on the gaming subcommittee on the compact. So I know that there is how many we do have a NABI special meeting on Friday at 10 a.m. And right now, the only item that was on the agenda is Navajo Nation Arizona Gaming Compact. We do have how many? And we do have enough signatures for a special session this coming Saturday. That's will be at 10 a.m. and that's for the legislation to approve the Arizona Gaming Compact and send that across the street to the president's desk. We do have, again, we updated some of our committee meetings next week in our work sessions. And then again, everybody's listening in. Our Navajo Nation Council Spring Session starts on April 19th through the 23rd. And as of right now, I did ask staff that, and there's probably about 10, you say? There's about 10 legislations that we have that will be available for the council's spring session. Other than that, colleagues, is there any other announcements at this time? There's the Eastern Navajo Land Commission meeting at 9 a.m. on Friday. Is there any tomorrow? There's a Health Education Human Services Committee meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is there a Navajo Hopi Land Commission meeting? Oh, that one's getting postponed. That. There's no announcements. Thank you, everyone. We don't need a motion to adjourn, just need to do it from the chair here at 4:14 p.m. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the presenters on the cyber team, Navajo Nation Telecommunications, NTUA Choice Wireless, Sacred Winds, Frontier. We hope to work with you if you're listening. We'll call you up again and see if there's anything you'd like to do with the nation in regards to broadband or any kind of wireless communications. And thank you very much, Ms. Connie, for the presentation on education and you and your team members there. Have a good evening, everyone. Safe travels if you're traveling home. Safe travels out there. It's a beautiful afternoon. We are adjourned at 4:15 p.m. Cat.
Cat, speaker, thank you.
Oh.
Nope.